Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Dark Souls Remastered, Prepare to Lore Edition. Yesterday we pretty much spent the entirety of the time bumbling our way through the Tomb of the Giants just to see what would happen if we could fight Paladin Leroy and potentially get the Paladin set early. Spoiler alert, we couldn't do it, unfortunately. So, aside from that, we talked a lot about the lore of just a lot of things relating to the fire and the dark and the abyss. So it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of highlight reels of me just falling to my death or getting destroyed by bone wheel skeletons like a scrub. So definitely a little bit of a slower paced stream altogether. So after we came through the Tomb of the Undead Giants and rescued Rhea and talked to Patches, we came back to find her in the Undead Church in the Undead Parish. So we'll be continuing from this point on. It should be a lot easier not trying to go through a really high level area so early. So I'm thinking next I'll go through the Darkroot Garden to get the key which will allow me to fight the Havel Knight, just so I could get the Havel Ring to wear this cosplay set more often and not have to worry about it so much anymore. So almost forgot to hit start recording, but anyway, everybody, welcome back in. Signal Guns, it's nice to see you join the channel. You said, an in-depth look at Dark Souls lore 2? Excellent, sweet. Scott's here early, hello. Min-Max, nice to see you again. Merkington, what's up, my man? My DS3 savior. Philippe says, also the lore of Nito. Oh, yes, we talked a little bit about Nito, but we will, that stuff will get brought back up when we go down there again. Elite Knight set is S-tier fashion. Yeah, so the main reason for the Elite Knight set is just because it's on the cover art, and no real reason beyond that. So we already got our footage of talking to Rhea, so I'll go ahead and go back to the kind of standard equipment that I was wearing beforehand. Thought there was something else. Oh, okay, before I forget. Sweet. So, Emlyn actually messaged me offline and was pointing out some of the things that I might have missed in this area. So, for some reason, I didn't really think about it in this context, and I mean, it might not fully work out anyway, but 2 or 3 streams ago when I did show off like this little plaque here, and I said, oh, this thing kind of reminds me of the Sacred Beast or Sanctuary Guardian, rather, in Ulasil, and I was wondering what this was. I was wondering if it was like a flower or something, but there's a decent chance this might represent like Philionor's egg. I'm skeptical of it, but for whatever reason, it does kind of have that resemblance going on. It could just be like a random wreath and not really mean much of anything. But before I forget, when we were down in the catacombs and we picked up the Dark Moon Seance Ring, it was at an altar in front of a statue of this woman and her child. So that's kind of worth pointing out again. I obviously didn't take the time to show it off just because we're getting a little bit bum rushed by skeletons and skeleton giants, so forgot to mention that last time. I briefly pointed it out, but forgot to tie it back in. Sleep says, would Nito or Four King be the least developed Great Lord? In terms of the lore, probably the Four Kings, unless you like want to equate them with the furtive pygmy and stuff relating to that. I thought I was going to go back to Firelink and check something out. Oh, okay. So I think I scummed it right before coming here. Yeah, and talking to Rhea. So part of the reason for going... Oh, no, I remember now. I wanted to go rescue Laurentius because I didn't actually do that. So the idea then is to go get Laurentius, then go to the Darkroot Garden and all that. I'm trying to think of the fastest way to get to him right now. We're trying to go to the depths. We could run through this way. Maybe the Undead Berg's faster. Yeah, because we got the shortcut. You guess Four King did not need much lore since they're rather an extension of Koth? Kind of. That, and like you could, make the argument that the Pygmy Lords could be related to it somewhat. Just humans in general. Since humans get so much lore, maybe they just didn't feel like expanding too much more on the Four Kings. Which is a little bit unfortunate, because, like, they're really cool, but not much in the way of information at all. Dog's being a little bit of a spoiled princess, but she got her present before stream. So how's everybody else doing today? It's Friday, so hopefully people will be able to enjoy the weekend and take a break. I kind of need one myself, but... Merc said, funny how easy it is to get the cover art armor in every game except Dark Souls 3. Yeah. I was thinking if I did go through like another new game cycle of 3 just to round out the Platinum Trophy, that I'd do it in the Firelink armor, just for that reason of having like a cover art character footage. But that's quite a bit extra, so I'm not too worried about it. Bassa homie, so welcome back in, El Gusto. People think it's Gwendolyn, but why can't it be Baby Guinevere? It's hard to say what baby it could be. It could be the Nameless King for all we know. At least with the Dark Moon Seance ring in front of it, there is that kind of connection to Gwendolyn, sort of. But it would also be weird for Gwendolyn himself to have a ring dedicated to himself on, and for him to leave it someplace else. So it's probably more like a follower of the Dark Moon, just kind of paying homage to their deities. Sleep says, you're just noticing that you don't really care about the Four Kings? They don't feel underdeveloped? They feel like there's nothing to say. Yeah, well, I mean, the stuff with New Londo is cool because it does set up a decent amount of why humans are bad, or like the dark is bad. But it is underdeveloped when we add in the stuff with like the Abyss Walking, I think. So I do wish there was a bit more with that. Oh, that's brilliant. So we are a little bit higher level, but I think I only leveled up my vitality once, so we could probably still die really easily here. Oh. Boys with the binoculars. I thought he was still gonna hit me. So we're gonna go save Laurentius. That's all we need to do here, and then we'll peace out. And then I'll like actually save it, so we don't have to do this over and over if I want to go back to the save. Because I'll try to have our boy Petrus kill Rhea, and then undo it.
You, yes.
Already got this footage, so I'll just.
I'll be. Oh.
Get our Pyromancer Overlord here. Part of the reason for doing this is getting the Pyromancer Flame and being able to put our excess souls towards that for a little bit. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Where's our Homeward Bones? Go. Merc says, a friend of yours calls it the folding screen monkeys, the Four Kings, and it always makes you laugh.
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll be pleased. Ah.
Do we find it unsavory? No.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure that, they'll be here. A flame from the great swamp.
I just like how he says that. So modify equipment. I don't think I pointed it out before, but you can upgrade your Pyromancy Flame by talking to him.
Pyromancy is...
Lost his dialogue.
Pyromancy has a Pyromancer's flame is...
Okay.
Goodbye then. Be safe, friend.
Oh, this doesn't say how long it takes to level up. I think we're at like 3,000 or 4,000 now. Oh, almost 5,000. Okay. So let's just upgrade our
Oh,
flame.
pleased to see you safe, as always. If you provide the materials, I can teach you pyromancy.
Let's modify that. It like doubles up each time, so.
Goodbye then. Come back.
Let's repair our equipment. Sweet. Wait, you can just switch these at will now? Wow. It's crazy. Do you still get Sin? Because, I mean, this is obviously like a remaster mechanic here. I'll go ahead and save scum it. Because Petrus should not have killed Rhea yet. That'd be really kind of garbo. Only give you the one opportunity to get her miracles? Okay. Let's quit out here. Babies kind of all look the same. Overall, Koth feels like the bigger presence in that faction. The Four Kings were just pawns. Yeah, ironic, isn't it? Having a mini existential crisis. I'm trying to remember if I need to upload or download. Rick says you need a plus tame to spawn Quilana, so it's worth it. Yes, exactly. Philippe says, you do agree that you wish we had more info on who Artorias made the pact with. Most assume Koth because, well, it's in character. Hey, Tetsuo, what's up? You didn't really miss much at all. We just rescued Laurentius again, and now we're gonna go proceed on with the game finally, after bumbling around in the Tomb of the Undead Giants last game. He said, also Dark Souls is the only time where you've said you love twinks and no one looked weird at you. And Max says, Laurentius sounds like the type to say, do you have a license for that, Flame? That kind of reminds me of a joke that I saw before, like, the Pokemon Sword and Shield got released. Somebody had made, like, you know, their custom Pokemon, and it was based off of, like, a British constable. So, trying to remember what, like, the first Pokemon evolution was called. I think it was just, like, Oi, and then the second one was What's All, and then the third was like a big police guy, and it's just like Disden, so it's all together. Oi, What's All Disden? I mean, that's obviously not like the most authentic British accent there, but people make wild stuff. So, Merc, was there any other specific reason why your friend called the Four Kings, or the Four Monkeys, the Four Kings? I don't need to kill them, but it's fun. Feels nicer after crashing so hard in the forest of the Undead Giants. Oh yeah, and so as we go into the Darkroot Garden, I think I'll summon Beatrice for the Moonlight Butterfly. One, just because like the fight's annoying as crap. Two, because I think you need to summon her to get her stuff later, or something along those lines. So this really shouldn't take too long. If I die to the butterfly, like it sucks, but sometimes it happens with the stupid melee build. Oh, I didn't rest at the bonfire. Oh, whatever. I just need to not die on the way to the next one. It says, what mods do you recommend for Dark Souls and DS3? Getting a PC soon, and DS1 and 3 are on the menu. I've never played any of them modded, to be honest, so I'm like the worst person to ask. But others in chat might have a good recommendation for you. It says, people don't think the Four Kings, about the Four Kings, but they're hella interesting. I mean, not get killed by a plant. The concept of four kings in one city is very mysterious and indicates a rule by tribunal and ominous with four meaning death. Okay, I see what you mean there. Philippe says, do you mean for normal experience or do you want stuff to change the game? Then Merc said, also your friend calls them the four kings because he hates them and calling someone a king is kind of a compliment. I'm not following you. Installing now cinders, it might be cool. Philippe says, different systems of governments are interesting. Good. Hang on. Oh. Let's get our moss. That'll be really nice for Blighttown. Yeah, so this is a kind of good area to visit before going through the depths and all that crap. It's also a decent spot to farm if you can kind of go through the Artorias Crest thing and manage to kill the little hunter type things. Sleep says, Four Kings just don't have much lore to talk about. They rule over New Londo. They made a pact with Koth to get Abyss powers and created the Dark Wraiths. Merc says, Cinders is cool, but the most recent updates have made a few too many changes you're not a fan of. They removed leveling weapons and increased stat scaling instead. Katie says, there are a bunch of guys who took Koth's teachings the wrong way, Tetsuo. Alright, so I probably shouldn't have looked. I probably spawned them in. A little bit sloppy, but it worked. So, the first time we came through here, we just ran in to pick up the Elite Knight armor set. There's really not a ton that goes on here. We will have like these stone giant sentinel golem type things wake up occasionally and attack us, along with the Ulasilian type scarecrow things. There is a little bit more to the area overall. You have to actually wait for them to stand up before you can deal damage. Game of chicken didn't work out for the best. We should be okay, I think. So coming in through like this building over here will lead to the Moonlight Butterfly boss fight. I guess it really only is the Elite Knight set that you can loot from right here. Uh-oh. So the spell that these giant things can cast will slow our movement and makes it a lot harder to evade the giant sentinel attacks. Have funny ragdoll physics for how heavy they're supposed to be. You can also very occasionally like get their items, so we might get lucky and get one of those eventually. So I don't think there's any other treasure. In that case, I'll just go back and restore the humanity, so that way we can summon in Beatrice. And then we'll go back to Firelink Shrine just to see what the NPCs say once you kill another boss, and then after that we'll probably go to the Undead Asylum just for the hell of it. Wait, maybe I do have liquid humanity. Okay, no. Alexander DeShit, welcome back in. You said, Gwyn gave the Four Kings their piece of the Lord Soul for their foresight. You believe their foresight was that linking the flame was a farce. Hold on. Tessa said, also kind of a brainlet question after playing all Dark Souls, but what is the Abyss? What does it really do to the world and the gods, and where did it come from? So this has kind of been a little bit of a hot topic for this stream. In my opinion, I believe that humanity is... Sorry, not humanity. The Abyss is the state of the world before the first flame comes into existence. And once the flame does come into existence, it pushes... Well, hold on. It creates shadows in the world and darkness. And since the Abyss is like the overall container of the world, it gets tainted by the dark. So in the times of our characters and stuff, the Abyss... Does this tree attack us because it has the snakes? I think so. Sorry, I get distracted easily. Partisan. I'll check that out in a second. So yeah, with the Abyss, I think it's like the state of the normal world, because in Dark Souls 2, when you get the dragon scales, it says it allows the holder to peer into the world's abyss. So if dragons are abyssal, it seems to me that the Abyss might be greater than just all of the darkness. And part of my rationale for also believing that comes from what the White Locust Preacher says in Dark Souls 3, in that in the Abyss there are shadows none. So if you do choose to believe that Locust Priest, as well as that the Dark Souls 2's Dragon Scale says that having them allows one to peer into the Abyss, it leads me to believe that the Abyss is probably the state of the world before fire, and once fire comes in, the Abyss gets kind of tainted by the darkness, because it has no place else to go because of the disparity brought between light and dark. And Philippe says, you feel that's exactly how Koth's teachings were meant to be taken? They had fragments of Gwyn's very soul. It shows a level of positivity and trust towards humanity, contrary to what the people always say about him and the Pygmies. Well, yeah. I do feel like people like to cast Gwyn in a kind of bad light because of all of the stuff with the Ringed City. But if you look at things from his point of view, his actions are probably logical, because he wants to continue the Age of Fire and his Age of Gods, and he's scared of the dark. Alexander says, Gwyn gave the Four Kings their piece of the Lord Soul for the Foresight. You believe the Foresight was the linking of the flame was a farce. And Katie says, it's basically darkness, or kind of it, unless you're LP who thinks it's dragons or whatever. Just kidding. Alex says, giving them the backstory of simply falling to greed due to life strain sounds mighty convenient for Gwyn and his kin. Like, after Gwyn gave them part of his soul, they learned of his treachery. Goddess Spaghetti, welcome back in. Philippe says, there's a very important question on whether Frampt and Koth are truly working against each other, or just posing you a false dichotomy to manipulate the gullible. That's a very good question that we don't really have a good answer for. Alexander says, you do not believe Koth led them to the Abyss, you believe that's wholly their fault. I think you're probably right with that. It does show that, like, people, when they get consumed by their own greed or attachment to whatever it is that they're pursuing, it can have disastrous outcomes, and it causes them to become stereotypically like evil or grotesque or malformed monsters. As I said, you just realized that wyverns equals dragons with wings instead of arms and hands. Yes. Luke says, you think Koth used people's hubris against them? In the modern media, Tetsobic mythology is a lot less clear. So Abyss is a world without disparity, potentially. But, again, that isn't, like, explicit in the games. That's just kind of my interpretation based on what I've seen of it. So we just picked up the Partisan, however it's pronounced. It's a spear with a blade attached to a broad point, boasts long reach and can slice. The wide range of this spear makes it adaptable to many situations. Its strength lies in its length, but in cramped quarters this backfires and slices ricochets off walls. Pretty straightforward. A lot of the weapon descriptions really are. Oh wait, no, it's this tree. That's fake. Uh-oh. Didn't ambush him. Oh yeah, I think I got hit and I didn't heal. Okay, we should be okay. Hey, we got the stone great shield. Let me kill the other sentry type thing, and then I'll read that. Zweihander, 2 hits. Alright, okay. Check our new shield. It's a stone great shield. I think this is the first great shield we picked up, yeah. It's extremely heavy. You can tell by its 20 weight. And it has really high defense as a kind of consequence of that. So, mossy round great shield used by the guardian of the Darkroot Garden, the Stone Knight. The Stone Knight is a creation of ancient magic, and this shield is imbued with the same power, but is also extremely heavy. So I feel like Guardians is probably meant to be plural, but just without the extra context, the localizers probably just didn't know and just went with singular. Sometimes that happens. And you guys... Oh, yeah, so here's Beatrice's summon sign. I've never summoned her. I didn't even know her thing was here, to be honest. This is a little hidden. Lord of Dogs, welcome back to the stream. He said, hello there, what are you guys talking about? So we just finished talking about the Abyss a little bit. Maybe not finished, but we just talked about that. And a little bit about the Darkroot Garden and the Four Kings. Katie says, this theory causes some not pretty things to happen to Manus in Dark Souls 1's prologue. No life or death, no physical pain. Sleep says, Koth spread the seed of mistakes, but he does not make it bloom. You think Koth only provides information, but he knows what people are going to do with it. Elda says, you think the Abyss is just a world without light, and if it encompasses everything, then it becomes a world with no limits / infinite potential. Yes. Lord Dog says, and he even says that others failed with him, but this might be because they didn't manage to stop the Age of Fire. She's pretty OP. Yeah. Especially since melee is really garbage against the Moonlight Butterfly. And she's a caster, she'll probably do a lot of work. So I kind of have really garbage magic resistance. Oh wait, we could use this for now. I'll need to remember to unequip it. Oh, damn it. Do I want to load this for footage? Yeah. Alright, let's change into our cosplay set since we've summoned Beatrice. Will she disappear if I go out? I wonder. Well, we'll find out one way or another. I'll still be human. Oh, we can't quit the game because we've summoned. Interesting. Alright, well, whatever. Hopefully we'll get a decent amount of footage for the Moonlight Butterfly. We've got 9 heals. I might die if I'm just trying to use my binoculars and watch it. Let's heal to full. Pull out the binoculars. Oh, that's her. I was hoping it would aggro her so I could, like, watch it. My binoculars. Oh, I misread, but holy crap, we got a little bit lucky there. Oh, crap. Well, we did it, boys. The soul of the Moonlight Butterfly and some humanity. I didn't even look at Beatrice, did I? We'll see her again for, like, the Four Kings, I suppose. So GG, Moonlight Butterfly. I forgot, like, I'm not ridiculously low leveled. That still died way faster than I expected, especially with the co-op thing going on. So coming up here, we will find a blacksmithing friend. Sort of. Let me get up towards the top and then I'll catch up with you guys. I mean, I guess the Moonlight Butterfly doesn't really do too much other than that, so... Cool deal. Let's try to get here. Okay. The best soundtrack for the 30 seconds of it. Brian Young, welcome back. Alright. Sleep says, gonna have to go meet up with Koth soon, though. Yeah, kinda. Katie says, you looked some more into the scales, and it says right after the quote about the abyss, that believers in the dragons will rise above this petty corporeal existence, as in they see their own disparity and reject it. Yes. So that's kind of one of the things that I was talking about with the idea of the abyss being a bit separate from the darkness, at least before, like, the Age of Fire and all that, and I feel like the darkness is what's projected onto it as a consequence of light existing. So with the abyss potentially being linked to that kind of third path which transcends reality and life and everything, I feel like that kind of ties into some of the dualism that we were talking about the other day with the fire itself representing like light and dark and disparity and duality, whereas the abyss can represent like transcension from that. And in some ways it's similar to that idea of nirvana in Buddhism, or even like Hinduism a little bit. Lord of Dogs said... He even says that the others failed with him, but this might have been because they didn't manage to stop the Age of Fire. She's pretty OP. Okay. And good day to everyone. Good day to you. Thank you. Sleep says, gonna have to go meet up with Ka soon enough, so having his dialogue should help the conversation. Yeah. Dragons are interesting Buddhist, which is a Western, in such a Western setting. Yeah. Especially with like the meditative prayer or gesture that you have to learn to become the dragons in the third game. He says, which in addition to what you said yesterday about Calamite 2 makes this theory unlikely. Well, Calamite is affected by disparity, but I digress. Merc says, Moonlight Butterfly and Gwendolyn have the same theme, fun fact. Yes, and so that's part of the reason why I think there's more cause to believe that there's strong ties to Gwendolyn and Seath. That's probably worth its own video, and it's probably going to cause an uproar in the lore community. Not that I like necessarily believe it super strongly, it's just like this is a possibility that I don't think is talked about quite well enough. I don't know. I haven't really seen too much of the conversation about like Gwendolyn's ties to Seath that weren't more like ungrounded claims, I guess. Philippe says, it's one of the weaker examples, but Souls need some breaks from the usual combat. Yeah. Demon Souls had those breaks. You missed the gimmick fights. Demon Souls had very few combat-based bosses. Elda says, Alvina is the most mysterious. She seems immortal and she's aware of the greater scheme of events and the secrets of the Abyss as she uses illusions to lead you to Sif. Yeah, I kind of forget like how important the cats were, just because we don't even get like cats or really the rats in Dark Souls 3, which is really unfortunate in my opinion. Merc says, most Demon Souls bosses are gimmicks. There's like 4 of what we would now consider traditional bosses. Interesting. I have no idea about that. Maybe one day if we get a PS5, I'll actually learn. Gabriel Philippe says, you do believe that the bosses being more puzzle-like made a lot of sense. Alexander said, at the end of DS3, take the power of fire for your own. The Keeper says at the end, but there will be tiny embers, meaning the flames will never go away. It's not that the flames go away, it's that they reappear, which is a bit different. So you could look at all of the events of like all of the Dark Souls as being part of a larger cycle, which is a very Eastern kind of way of thought. Rene Tensho is the idea of a revolving cycle of life, death, and rebirth. So it gets tied up into that, in my opinion. So the flame is natural. Elvina seems to be a reference to Japanese folklore, immortal wise cats, and all that. Also, welcome back to the stream, Arthur Dos Santos. You think having a mix would be nice, giving the bosses somewhat of a gimmick but keeping some skill to the execution? Yeah, I do like, even though it's kind of a joke fight, I do appreciate that you can choose to mano a mano Yorm and make that fight a lot more difficult, or just rely on the Storm Ruler or magic or whatever. McMyers, welcome back. Bleep says, having nearly every boss being a huge bombastic battle really makes those fights less memorable. That's kind of true. Arthur says, Calamite doesn't do fire damage, but magic and physical equals dark damage. Lord Dog says, yes, would definitely be a lot more interesting. In Demon Souls, you had Penetrator, Flame Lurker, King of Want, and the Man-Eaters. Demon Souls did puzzle bosses the best. Every game after that had poop puzzle bosses, with a few exceptions. Bleep says, like, Tower Knight is really badass boss where you have to go around and killing the arena archers and then nod his feet until he collapses. Alexander says, fun fact, the Four Kings have a huge dark sign whirl on their entire body, meaning the abyss is humanity gone wild, as they took so many souls that corrupted them and thus created an abyss. I would kind of disagree with, like, the overall conclusion, but the observation about, like, the shape of their bodies, I think, checks out. Sleep says, since you played Bloodborne, imagine the one reborn but less of a chaotic mess. Yeah, I'm familiar with the idea of Tower Knight, but Merc says, Demon Souls also encourages exploration and not rushing straight to the boss. Most of the areas are designed to punish rushing through. Bleep says, your main issue is that the execution of most gimmick bosses and recent bosses are too simple and easy. Yeah, that's kind of a necessary evil, though, at times, because if you make it too complex, it just becomes a kind of mangled mess that's hard to figure out. And one example that I would have about that would be the fight with Mikolash. Like, there is a certain logic to the way that he runs, but it's just a real pain in the butt to figure it out, because the fight is just so long and drawn out. Lord of Dog says, Maiden Astria is very interesting and it makes you think about what you're doing. The Storm King has one of the most fun ones. Katie says, not exclusively Eastern. Norse mythology had some circles like in Ragnarok, but they aren't as prevalent. Yes, that's very fair. Like, pretty much every civilization believed in cycles because it's kind of the facets of the world that we live in. Like, every single year, like, plants will, turn brown, quote-unquote, die during the winter, and then come springtime, they'll be reborn again and bloom anew. So, trying to say that it's Eastern doesn't necessarily mean, or like, I'm not trying to say it's only an Eastern kind of philosophy, but I was just trying to make the parallel that the way that it's implemented in the lore of Dark Souls is more tied to Eastern ideas of its instantiation in the world, if that makes sense. Alright, let me get this prize, the Watchtower Basement Key, and the Divine Ember, and Homeward Bone. So we can go back to... oh, damn it. Damn Moonlight Butterfly. I really wish I could say I planned that just for the content, but no, I'm a goober. There's no defending myself. Rip my humanity. Now I have to go back and pick up my souls. And these things. So I'll just get rid of the 2 sentinels again because they might wake up and cause problems. The feel is when the environment's tougher than the boss. Oh, the god tracking on that one. You know, I almost started to read chat as I was going up these stairs, and then I kind of thought better of it. Here I am trying to progress and immediately impeding that progress. I wonder what makes like these little particle effects actually. Let me scroll up real quick. Bobbin, welcome back. It's going not so smoothly if you managed to see what happened. One shot the Moonlight Butterfly and like literally just two hit it, and then fell to my death for no reason. Oh, we got the Watchtower key and the Divine Ember. Okay, I'll need to remember to look at that when we go see Andre and give him all our stuff. Welcome to Dunk Souls, not like this. Mikolash is the worst pyromancer, he doesn't even have a flame. Eldest said, gazing into the dragon scales might be like looking at the abyss. Or just like, well, hold on, let me reread that, I apologize. Gazing into dragon scales might be just like the abyss and not the abyss, as they lack light and they might have something like an infinite depth within. Sleep says, if Mikolash didn't have his BS one-shot spell, he'd be fine. Hades says, yeah, you know, but you wanted to look in the Ragnarok to see if there's some connections. There might be. I do need to learn a bit more about the Ragnarok myself. So, if you do find stuff, feel free to share that with the chat. Mikolash ends up being one of the most memorable bosses in the whole game, for better or worse. I feel like he would have been memorable even if he was just like the Bloody Crow of Canehurst. I don't really feel like it's the fight that itself that makes it memorable, as much as just the fact that he talks to you during it, when the only other bosses that do that are like Gascoigne, kind of. And a lot of people remember what Gascoigne says too. Just, he has quotes, so he's memorable, because he's quotable. Lord the Dog say, and you'd say for me to buy the old version of Demon's Souls? I don't have a PS3 though. Okay, so this is the Wandering Tree. We could explore that part now, but I'm not going to do it. That version has the most different atmosphere of all the games, from the soundtrack to the buildings to the designs. It's very unique. I think everybody in Dark Souls world is searching for something to hold on to, therefore everyone's fixated on something which keeps them not hollow. Path of the Dragon is one such obsession. The interesting thing about the Path of the Dragon, though, is that they're pretty explicit trying to escape that path of the cycle. And if we consider like things like the dragons and arc trees being similar, but when we do look at that seed of a giant tree, it does give that kind of explicit... Holy crap, you get a lot of souls. Oh, because I also have the ring on. What was I saying? I'm blinking. Oh yeah, the seed of the giant tree talks about just where the hell are you going to if you like escape that cycle of life and death and rebirth and all that. So, I don't know, I'm just kind of blanking. Mikolash also had the punch moves. Oh yeah, just like the fixation. So the dragons are kind of getting rid of their attachments to life and everything, which is different than people being like focused on their mission, because that is a certain attachment which staves off going hollow, whereas they just kind of become free of their shackles by voluntarily removing them. Would be one way that I would say it. So for that reason, I really do like a lot of what DS3's lore brings to the table. I know like a lot of people are disappointed with it, and I understand like if you're looking at like a kind of the micro level connections, is like how does one character fit into the world specifically, like it can be a bit more disappointing, but I feel like a lot of the larger takes within the lore of 3 really holds a lot of value, I think, to understanding the context of all of these games. Oh, let's equip our stuff. And then we'll talk to Andre and see what dialogue he gives. For that, let me finish reading chat. Merc says, you're not sure why everyone hates Micolash. He's only got 2 actual moves. It's because the one move one-shots you, and you have to take so much time to go back and kill him and hopefully not get one shot. So that feels a bit cheap, and for a lot of players, they don't feel like there's a lot of counterplay just because of how rare it is to see a Call Beyond and just how difficult it is to dodge it because it's rare and you don't really get to learn it super well. Micolash also had the punch moves. Let me go back up. You had a really fun time with Micolash. The remake has issues when it comes to being faithful to the original. Blue Mew said you almost forgot, lol. What'd you forget? Also, I don't think I welcomed you today, so I think that might have been your first time. Welcome back into the stream, Blue Mew. Made you some fish tacos and uploading art. Nice. Sleep says, it keeps most of the gameplay, but so much of the mood and designs are altered. The music especially is so much more generic. You guys aren't the first ones to say that, although I might be forgetting who said it originally. It felt new compared to the other bosses, didn't feel like another beast from you to slay. Yeah, that's fair. Bobbin says, oh geez dude, you'll have to watch the VOD later then? Okay. Elda says, the butterfly was sturdier for me because the Zweihander did arcane damage. Oh, yeah, that'll slow things down. Or probably magic damage, you mean. Alexander says, the natural flames from the first fire, the fire is natural before Gwyn did his thing, can become corrupted too. That's the chaos flames? Sort of. I'll just kind of leave that there. We'll talk a lot about the chaos flames when we go down to, like, Izalith. He probably didn't need to be a boss, lol, but then you can just take Micolash as an event rather than a fight. Rick says, you've been playing old Demon Souls all the time recently since you don't have a PS5. It's a very charming game. Also, there's a super easy duplication glitch. Okay. Philippe says, sort of like the Guardian Wyvern, which is more like an obstacle course. Yeah, that's a gimmick fight that's done kind of well. I like that one more than the Micolash fight to a certain extent. Mechanically, but obviously, like, Micolash has a lot of the lore that ties into it, and he has the quotes, and there's kind of a certain charm to his fight as well, despite it being kind of bullcrap. So mechanically, I'd rather fight that ancient wyvern, but as far as, like, atmosphere, definitely take Micolash over that. Elda says, and in Norse myths, worms, dragons, and serpents are interchangeable. You think mostly because snakes were the most common reptile people knew of that far north. John Wolf's Bloodborne playthrough was hilarious when he got to Micolash. You could see the disappointment in his eyes. Leave doesn't dislike the Guardian Wyvern because you think it's a nice challenge to run through the path while dodging fire breaths. It's interesting if giants who were literally descended from the Arc Trees like drakes were from the Arc Dragons. Elda says, you like how Volnir conquered the other lords and made an arch crown that crushed their crowns. Very DS2. Foxy Boxer, welcome back in. He said, you're late. Hope you didn't miss much. Oh, we killed the Moonlight Butterfly, then I fell to my death unintentionally. So now we're going to give Andre the Divine Ember, which I should actually read before I do that. And I didn't read the large divine one either, so it's all good. Did I ever read the large one? Oh, it doesn't say anything. Handled by the blacksmiths of Astora. Divine embers are property of the church and intended for divine blacksmiths. Divine weapons are for undead hunting, used against undead and the pawns of necromancers. Allows reinforcement to +10 on par with the very weapons of the gods. Intended for select divine blacksmiths. Mr. Walster, welcome back in. Merc says, you feel like Miglash is pretty close to fighting a Bergenworth scholar would be like? Think about it, he's not a hunter, so he only has 2 spells to defend himself and he mostly runs away. Sleep says, you find it funny to imagine randomly having a weapon with an element that doesn't exist in the game? Listen, if you unlock the Eldritch Truth, you'll realize it's arcane damage. You and Gravity have a rocky relationship, it seems. It feels like the floor and I have a rocky relationship. Angle appropriate for this. And since I'm not like saves coming, I'm trying to get this lined up super well. This will be pretty good, I think.
Why, that's a fine ember you have there. I could smith some.
It kind of looked a bit more scuffed than I was thinking it would because of the way he like looks forward straight away. Oh, this will be much better actually.
Why, that's a fine ember you have there.
Actually, that looks way too creepy. Let me get a little bit more distance.
Why, that's a fine ember you have there. I could smith some mighty weapons with one of those. Why not lend it to me? I see. It is a pity.
Damn it. And then I moved because I tried to...
Why, that's a fine ember you have there. I could smith some mighty weapons with one of those. Why not lend it to me? Magnificent! You won't be disappointed. I can hardly wait to get started. I know little of the devil.
So he might say... I'd say something else. Or he might just make fun of me being hollow, I guess.
What's going on with you, eh? I thought you'd gone hollow there. I know little of... I'll be seeing you then. Be careful out there. My, that's a rare ember you have there. I've seen one of those before. It's the ember of a divine blacksmith. Might you consider leaving that with me? I could produce divine weapons with a flame such as that. Well, thanks for that. You've made a fine decision. You soon shall see. I'll be seeing you then. Be careful out there. Oh, my. What a brilliant ember you have there. I've only heard legends of such specimens. The embers used for the secret rites of divine blacksmiths. Perhaps you could lend it to me. I've long dreamed of forging divine weapons. Splendid. Splendid. Thank you. Andre of Astora never disappoints. I assure you. I know little.
Okay, so that's pretty much it with Andre for now. We only have 2 shards, so we can't... Wait, we have enough souls to totally buy and reinforce, I think. Byhander, okay. And then we can go. That's the raw one. Byhander +6. So what do we need? We need just the large shards. Okay, that's what I thought. We could go with the Divine Spyhander, but it'll kind of. Well, I guess I really haven't invested much other than strength. I could, but I'll probably just go the normal route. Up to +15, I think. And then all that stuff.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
Okay. Let me rest up again, and then we will go back to Firelink to see if Petrus has killed Rhea. I don't think he has, but I don't know. We'll just check everything out. Hey, Foxy Boxer, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate that. And enjoy your little emotes there and the pretty next to Andre. Good timing. Have yourself some eyes. Yeah, I probably should like redo my badges. I don't think they look too terrible for just as small as the icons are, but you like the content a lot? Thank you very much. Bobbin says, anyone else have absolutely pooped themselves when they saw Volnir for the first time? You guess that's just your PTSD from the old Peter Pan anime that had a similar creature? When I saw Volnir in the trailers, I was like, holy crap. That got me so hyped up for Dark Souls 3, and then when you actually fight him, it's such a disappointment. I mean, it can be a challenging fight. It's just one of those gimmick ones that feels kind of hollow, I guess. Pun intended, I suppose. You see baby Ocelot? He was an amygdala and you could see him because of your bum insight. Poor Andre has Alzheimer's. That dumb mouth movement. Andre does look like Gwyn's son, his bronze sun god tan and his long Gwyn mane. Earlier in development, he was like the brother of Gwyn. So, definitely a family resemblance designed into him. He was supposed to have more relevance with the ending of the game. Decoration, you suppose? Oh, probably give this stuff out. Imagine if Andre randomly knew he had beaten the Nameless King as if he was there. We need an eye emote? Yeah, we probably do. I should probably, like, make a blind eye in the midst of, like, binoculars or something. Honestly, like, the YouTube emotes are too small, so it's really hard to make things, like, look decent on them. One of the things that I would have loved to have done would be to, like, make an empty Estus flask in the midst of a binocular, because I always screw that up. Rhea won't say anything different. Maybe she will. I doubt it, but let's go talk to her.
I was wondering when you might return. Oh. It is a great relief to see you. Now let us speak of miracles.
Nothing really. I think she has the way of light. Okay.
And I cannot.
Divine Blessings are kind of cheap. I should probably buy one, just for the heck of it.
Then be safe. Farewell, Varianox.
And as we've mentioned on the previous streams, Varianox just essentially means, like, may the flames guide you. Not literally, that's the Latin, and I think you guys have said it really means, like, fear of the night, kind of, but in mangled grammar. Latin grammar. The Japanese is more like, may the path of flames guide you, or like, may the flames guide thee, kind of. Uses kind of archaic language a little bit, or flowery language, rather than... Well, it is kind of archaic, like, nobody really talks that way, but, like, Japanese people will know what it means. It's just not supernatural in this day and age.
Ah, oh, you. Have you seen Milady? Oh, blast, where might she be? And would she be safe?
So next, I'll go fight Havel, and then we will go back to the Undead Asylum. I don't think he's gonna say anything. Probably save before doing all this. Yeah, let's go ahead and just save it, because I'll do this anyway. Because I want to save before Petrus kills her, and so that way we can kill him, but I also want to see like what'll happen when he actually does it. Not that I'm sure I'll like use the footage, but it's better to have than not to do it, just because it's a pain in the butt to go get it. Okay. Seeing Volnir for the first time is quite a spectacle. It's a gimmick fight without much challenge once you understand the gimmick. Yeah. Alexander says, you have this stupid theory that the giants you fight are golems, not giants, like Vendrick created after sailing to their homeland. You sincerely believe Yorm's ancestors is the giant kind / last giant? So, I was looking at some random things, and I noticed that Yorm's emblem kind of resembles that of the Fume Knights, Raimis in Dark Souls 2. I don't think they're connected because Raim isn't a giant, but I don't know, it's just something that I noticed. Mr. Walster says, you don't think most people think about how gargantuan Volnir is? His fingers are taller than you? Yeah. Definitely inspired by the Gasha Dokuro kind of painting, most likely. Like the giant skeleton painting. You guys don't know what I'm talking about?
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you safe, as always. My teacher, whom I imagine still resides in the Great Swamp, had a funny way of putting it. He said that pyromancy is the ultimate fantasy. We are born into dark and warmed by fire, but this fire we cannot touch. Those whose fascination with fire persists learn to hold it in their own hand. He rather had a way with words, the old withering frog.
So Laurentius actually gives us a lot of information to have to unravel. It's very straightforward for the most part, but there's a kind of kindred aspect of humans yearning for the darkness and fire, and they can't be touched. And it's possibly because of that quality that they can't be touched, they can't be held, that kind of attracts people to it. And so when we talk to Quailana, I think later on, and maybe he mentions it too, but like if you get too attracted to it and lose your fear of it, that's kind of when disaster happens. And so this idea of life being intrinsically drawn towards the flame, it's because of a desire to live, essentially. And it's inherent within the dark. So the idea of like the dragons no longer wanting anything and being free of attachments also like allows them to be free from life. And if we do take that idea that the shackles of the gods are tied to the hollow form and the kind of false life, as Aldi would say, it would mean that humans want to stay hollow and pursue the flame just because it's in their nature to do so, because they don't know the alternative path of being freed from their bodies, because that's the only life that they know. So it's a false life. It's one that they're enchanted by and want to continue. It's kind of interesting how it does end up tying together. I'll proceed again, and then I'll catch up with you guys.
In this land, pyromancers earn a certain respect. The Witch of Izalith, one of the legendary lords, is the godmother of pyromancy. So the day I became undead, I was ecstatic. I felt as if I'd been chosen to attune myself to the ancient arts. Of course, it wasn't all that romantic in the end. A pyromancer's flame of peace.
Alright, so I don't remember if he calls Izalith, or just if he says like her name is Izalith, essentially, if he's like the witch Izalith. It might have only been Quailana. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. But it does show that the kind of pyromancy that people learn was originally developed from the Witches of Chaos, but when we look at some of the chaos spells later on, and like when we fight the demon fire sage, they'll kind of delineate that there is a distinction between the pyromancies of the witches, because they're just called flame arts or flame sorceries. So it's interesting to me that he says like he just became undead and he felt like that would allow him to become more attuned with pyromancy. So other parts of his dialogue, I think, makes it sound as though he was a pyromancer when he was still alive, but he seems to be excited with becoming undead because it makes him a better pyromancer, maybe. So that might be something I want to double check with the Japanese, just to see if one of my pet theories that the pyromancy is kind of related to the dark sign, because it's called like curse skills, and the dark sign is like the sign of the cursed undead. But yeah, that's pretty much it for Laurentius for now. Well, actually, okay, can't.
Goodbye then. Be safe, friend. Don't you dare go hollow.
Let me go ahead and use a soul, and then level up the flame.
Oh.
Sweet. Okay.
Goodbye then. Come back if you find anything new.
I don't think I did end up saving it. Whatever. Sleep says, but maybe the giants are quite distinct in 1, 2, and 3. We have plenty dragons in Norse mythology. Yes, but you sincerely believe Miyazaki for sure didn't mean that Yorm was a descendant of the giant lord. You mean it fits too much? It could be Volnir, but he wasn't stated to be a giant, nor his soldiers. So with Volnir, when we look at the chalice, it's the size of a human. So if it's supposed to be Volnir's skull, it shows that he was like human-sized. But in the cut content, it says like drink from it to like enter the world of the realm of the dead, something along those lines. So I think that the idea behind it is still within the game. It's just not explicit that it's like the realm of the dead or whatever. So I feel like the Volnir that we fight is kind of the remnants of his spirit, maybe. It's really weird how they incorporated that into the game. It would have been cooler if he was a giant or something like that, though. You mean it fits too much? Could be Volnir, but he wasn't stated to be a giant, nor his soldiers. Philippe says, you feel like Yorm would have been more interesting if they'd time to make the profane capital bigger and you had to find the storm ruler inside. So you had the choice to either brave the level and find the weapon, or escort Siegfried and fight with him. Alexander says, so much cut content in the DS games, it's terrible. New Londo is just a spook house, Izalith is just dragon butts and demons all over. Same for the profane capital, etc. You can literally see where they cut it. It's running trend for all from soft games, bar Sekiro, unfortunately. The second half tends to be worse than the first. You understand it with 1 in the remaster, but not high production value with DS3. Well, DS3 only came out 1 year after Bloodborne, like, to the date. So, between the time of releasing Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne, it was just 1 year for them to have a quote-unquote finished game, so... I mean, what really is left to say about that? Yorm was the most interesting lord for you when seeing the intro for the first time? Aldrich was the least interesting, ironically, since he's now your favorite along with the Pontiff. Roddick Asapov, welcome to the stream. He said, sounds kind of Buddhist. You know next to nothing about Buddhism. Kinda, I think so, yeah. We do talk about a few things relating to Buddhism in the streams, so the more you stick around, the more you'll learn, but I feel like just being a little bit introduced to Eastern philosophy in general really does go a long way to kind of understanding some of the hidden framework within the cosmology of all of the Soulsborne games, really. It's funny that you just chase Aldrich for most of the game. He ends up being very elusive. Hollister says, after freeing Rhea from the Tomb of the Giants, killing 2 of any of the following bosses results in her death. Note they must be killed after rescuing her. It doesn't count if killed beforehand. Okay. Gaping Dragon, Gargoyles, Priscilla, Sif, Nito, Quelaag, BOC, I don't remember who that is, the Iron Golem, Ornstein and Smo, 4 Kings and Seath. Source: the trigger for Rhea being murdered in the parish church by illusory wall. Interesting. So what did we just kill? The butterfly? That doesn't count? Okay. Bed of Chaos, duh. Alright, Philippe says there's one more creative boss, though phase 2 is kind of derivative and drop much of that creativity. You really like Lothric and Lorien? Good old From trope, making apparently weak characters capable of quite a fight. Yeah. That's one of the things that I do enjoy about it. We loved the Twin Princes too, but Aldrich and Pontiff are single most interesting plot points in 3 in your opinion. Sad they didn't flesh it out more. It's kind of the reason you should make one of your big bosses easy to cut so you can focus on the rest. Do our jerk here.
How did that old man make it back? Unexpected. But I suppose stranger things have happened. What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
Okay. Although I think about it, advancing will also probably have... No, never mind. We're to talk to him. I don't think Patches is going to show up, because he only shows up after Nito, which is really kind of annoying. So we'll go deal with Havel. And that'll pretty much be that. And then we'll go to the Undead Asylum again.
Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece. And pray that you never go hollow. Oh, hello. Terrific. And
Okay. Let's go see Havel. Not trying to run, stop. Oh, chased me. I should probably save at the other bonfire before fighting Havel. Doing? Kind of like how Demon's Souls cut an entire Arkstone early in development so they could make sure the rest was good. It's still a shame that the remake didn't finish that Arkstone. Yeah, I can understand that. And I feel like even if they did, a lot of fans would be annoyed by that and probably say that they went too far. But I guess, like, if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, and they probably should have just gone all the way with it. Here I am, like, trying to conserve my Estus flasks for no real reason. It's a glorified remaster that ruined the art style. I'm not up for chatting, leave me alone mood. Come on, a remake, perfect time to add up cut content. Yeah, especially after playing like the Saga Frontier remake. I mean, obviously that came out way after Blue Points. Oh, sweet, got both of them. It really makes me appreciate what they did for that game, like restoring content that they didn't have enough time to like put in the development of the original. It's kind of crazy. Shielding. Stop, please. I thought I was dead. These bastards. How am I dying to these things? We'll get through the next area and then heal up before dealing with Havel and read that watchtower key. Although I'm sure like me actually calling him Havel will probably set a few people off. I think it was Justin in chat. It's like super adamant that the Havel in this tower is not the real Havel. Or is it the one in Dark Souls 3? I don't remember. Okay. Bluepoint was only hired to make Demon Souls pretty and add poop fetch quest. Bluepoint calls Demon Souls a remake. Also, Bluepoint didn't make the AI better, didn't add shortcuts to grueling areas, didn't add cut content. The glorified remaster that ruined the art style for 70 bird pooping dollars. Philippe says, you get that they aren't the original creators, but they could have tried to make some of the missing content. Blue Narcissus, welcome to the stream. He said, ruin the art style, bro. Go play through this one on the Switch and tell you that you literally can't... Oop, can't even see it. Okay. Mathota says, no matter what level you are, you're never too good to be ganked by 3 hollows at once. Pretty much. The real Havel's the friends we made along the way. Turn Havel into gravel. The price of the Demon Souls remaster was too high, but you don't think you can blame Bluepoint? You think they probably did what they were commissioned to. Yeah. Havel 16 inches of man meat. I didn't need to read that one out loud. So this is the key to the basement of the Watchtower in the Undead Burg. The basement of the Watchtower forms a stone cell. There are rumors of a hero turned hollow who is locked away by a dear friend. For his own good, of course. Actually, I don't remember if I've ever looked at this one in Japanese. Since we find the key on that kind of blacksmith, I believe that the blacksmith is the one who locked him down here. There's kind of some competing thoughts as to who did it. I probably will use Havel footage at some point. Let's make this hard on ourselves by being for cosplay self. The price isn't their fault, but $70 is stupid. You hate that Sony did that? Yeah. At the very least, if that stuff really does bother you guys, I would recommend like waiting for a sale or something. Or quite often they release these kind of games on PS Plus. I know some people feel differently about PS Plus, but at least with the PS5, you do get a really good deal with like the greatest hits if you didn't own them. But if you already own them, then it's kind of a moot point. Demon Souls isn't cool. It's a weird, moody game, and that's why people loved it. Tim, welcome in. How did the butterfly go? We literally two-hit the butterfly. It died, despite having summoned Beatrice. And then I fell off the tower after picking up the ember. I had to run back and pick up my souls. Sony needs their ego taken down to size. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a weird statement to make. Like, what are we really going to do about it? Just the only thing we can do is just like not buy their stuff. So Havel, the Havel Knight rather, I probably shouldn't call him Havel. I don't know. Is going to be down here just chilling. That's, oh, he's like the next floor. I think if you just walk quietly, he won't hear you. Oh, that was wrong. Oh, I typically like come up here to the next white area, show him off. Big boy swing. Surprised I actually like blocked that. Oh, thought I was out of range. Okay. Will Havel the Rock just rocked us? So maybe next time I'll actually like go down naked to try and get a chance to look at him with the binoculars. I like how they curve in the air, but I can't do that. They really follow me in here? Holy crap. The next one we need to worry about, right? He just might aggro immediately again, which would be kind of annoying, but... Alright. By the time PS5s are available, the price will probably drop. Nice, freaking owned. GG. Good competition's what we need. Yeah, one more. That'll make them more humble. Anyone played Neo 2? You're getting through it slowly, but it can feel stretched at times. No, I haven't played any of the Neos. I might pick up the second one and then play the first one because I got that on like the PS Plus package. Just never got around to playing it. The Dark Soul, welcome to the stream. Elda says, back now you'll double speed the last 20 minutes to catch up. You like the gameplay well enough, but it does feel a bit too long. Neo 2 can be a lot in multiple ways. You're in the DLC now, which you have to beat the main game to even attempt. You don't think you're going to play through again with another character? It's too long and grindy. You're in Chapter 4. They'll stop once you get down the stairs a bit. You mean he can see you from where you're standing if you come down this way? Okay. So I probably would like need the camouflage spell or something like that. No, he just actually like aggroes. Run! Treat him like a Black Knight. Oh. That's what I get for trying to kick. Screw Neo, try Remnant. You think it's a lot of fun? Magic is more than buffing. What's my weight now? Okay, this will be good enough. Oh, I think I didn't heal myself after I got wounded the once, but he probably still would have one-shot me. I don't know. Jerks. Crap. These dudes have no chill. Let's go back to our heavy set. And then heal up again. And then get one shot again. Because I don't have the mobility of being a fat boy. Havel with 1,000 IQ plays. There's plenty of spells. It feels more interesting than the plot of the first games of fighting the evil wizard if you get the spirit waifu. Just two-hand to be honest, you're not blocking him with the heater. You play Neo for the story, you're Barking up the wrong tree. You kind of care about the characters in 2, though? Not that much. So we can stagger him two-handed, that's good to know. Then he won't poise break us. Unless he does that. That's kind of the scary stuff. Oh, that's garbage, getting hit like when you're actually behind him. I was gonna go for the backstab. I figured this is probably faster than making the run back. Dead angled, yeah. Probably would have been fine if I was like holding L1. I mean, it might have like staggered me a little bit, but you feel more included in the story in 2 compared to 1 where you literally play a stranger? It kind of looks like you're walking on the moon. Far enough? Okay. Sounded like a dog. That was dumb. That was dumb. Alright, don't heal at all. And just YOLO attack. Okay. Totally makes sense, because I am not fast enough where I could actually like walk away from him. I mean, since he can one-shot, I just need to keep him locked. Are you still super low level? Not super low. I mean, Havel's tough. I just have super low vitality, though. So once I get his ring, I'll start leveling up my vitality, hopefully. Or vigor. I forget what stats what in this game. You chain backstab on Havel, or he kills you early game? Though through Neo 2 has the weird issue where you still don't really know the antagonist. Thought it was going to be your weird twin, but they die in Chapter 2. Spoilers alert. His vitality, okay. Learn to parry him. Parries into this one. You can't. Well, if he does his overhand slam, you can't parry that. I don't believe. So it'd still one-shot me. After that, you felt like you're just doing random missions for Nobunaga without a real quest of your own. That's unfortunate. I think, I mean, I wouldn't call it like a real Souls-like, but Returnal looks kind of interesting. Like almost a cross between Metroid and Dark Souls. Metroidvania. But I got lucky. Bonk the crap out of this dude. Oh, no stamina. Oh, we got him. Okay. Let me pick up Havel's ring. So boost maximum equipment load. This ring was named after Havel the Rock, Lord's Gwyn old battle compatriot. Havel's men wore the ring to express faith in their leader and to carry a heavier load. Hey, we can fast roll finally, with our cosplay set on. Okay, that's all we needed. What's our weight at? I'm blind. Equip load. Oh, okay. Oh, we can equip something even heavier. So, like a night shield or something? I mean, it's kind of worse. So maybe when we get like the crest shields, I'll equip one of those. So I probably leveled up endurance way too much then. I didn't realize like how freaking broken Havel's Ring is in Dark Souls 1. I mean, I kind of did. What do I want to do? Let's go back to Firelink. The Giant Dad strikes again. I didn't remember being able to chain stun Havel with his Zweihander, two-handed. So obviously he did hit me that one time through his attack, so he does have like a really high level of poise, but why is it whenever I kill a boss, I fall to my death? The game just doesn't want me to be happy. Oh, we can actually poise through some attacks now. Duh, we're wearing better armor. Best shield you can get at this point is the Boulder Shield. Makes sense. And Stephen Guerrero, welcome back to the stream. You said, does the shield have any benefit when you're two-handing a weapon? Yeah, so if you have like a shield that has passive effects, they still stay in effect while it's on your back. I don't know if they actually do like any passive damage resistance, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. I would assume they wouldn't, but Mick Myers has to dip out now. Well, thank you for stopping by, Mick. I hope you have a nice weekend, and we'll catch you next time. You never seen someone fall there? You thought you were showing us a super skip to Lower Berg? No, I mean, I was trying to look at chat, and then I just swung the camera around a little too much and didn't see where I was going. And, I mean, I say it all the time, but this is kind of why I don't read chat, because I really have to completely, like, turn my head to see what's going on. Because, like, in moments like this, I should... Like, if my setup was more conducive, I could probably read, like, a comment or two. But I can't even spare it in moments just like these. Alright, so now I don't have to switch out my damn equipment to talk to these NPCs anymore, which will be nice. So he should not say anything different, I don't believe.
Hmm? What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
I don't remember if I actually finished out Petrus's dialogue. I think I might have just listened to him once.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So let's go to the Undead Asylum again and fight our demon friend. So I'm a little bit surprised you can kind of do it so early. Just roll onto it. Yeah. I forget how decent the rolls are in Dark Souls 1. So to get over there, we need to talk to our crow friend. Oh wait, no, we need to go up to the crow's nest. Yes. Isn't there an item over here? No. We already picked it up. Okay. Hey, and we can see cutscenes without switching. Sweet. Dotku Christie, welcome in. You said, the last protagonist, I've been to the Bloodborne lore series, you need more. It'll probably be a little bit before I'm able to go back to Bloodborne lore stuff, because what I'll talk about next will tie into a lot of stuff with Dark Souls, so I kind of need this footage, but I do appreciate your comment, and I do want to go back to it as well. Philippe says, it works to make combat with weaker foes more involved, but some of those mini-bosses get tedious. Actually, let's do the cutscene while I read this stuff. has a level and kind of complexity that feels rewarding when understood. You rarely had an opportunity to just finish up enemies with one combo in Neo. You usually had to focus enemies to death to get rid of them. Tim says, yeah, if you don't have Grass Crest, I'd go pick that up. You don't believe they have any passive damage resistance on your back. That's what I figured. Tim, do you remember where the Grass Crest shield is off the top of your head? Can I actually get it now? I don't think I can, but... Our crow friend flies us back to the asylum. And this time when we come back, there's going to be a lot of these hollows with the torches. They're kind of annoying to deal with. Gold dev note of good job, well done, or whatever is still here. Go straight ahead. We'll leave that there for now. Look a little bit goofy. Boulder Shield. Boulder Shield is a bunch of farming at the moment, though. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the Boulder Shield. Fleetway says, the enemy health is a mix of good and bad, as you think it's one of the reasons Neo's combat is more challenging. You just rarely can kill enemies before they can fight back. Walster says, if you don't feel you do enough damage, it may be because you need a new weapon. You're always changing equipment, ideally. So you're talking about Neo, not with the Zweihander, obviously. You don't know how to use the forge? You aren't going to take back your souls? Did I not? No, I did get my souls. I didn't use them, though, but, Ah, yes, an egg. I must take it to the Undead Asylum. Egg. Yeah, it's at the bottom of the Darkroot where you come down from Andre, right next to the Black Halberd Knight? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll probably get that next then. The Grass Crest is near the Black Knight and Darkroot by the bonfire that takes you to the elevator to the Valley of the Drakes. Okay. You'd happily watch me play Neo? I haven't played any of them. I don't know if I feel like I'd want to play like a game completely blind like that on stream. Just because sometimes I take these games really slowly, as you guys see me being really stubborn and going to like the Tomb of the Giants and whatnot. Actually, let's go around this way. First... and be smart about this. So, the first time we came through here, we couldn't level up at this bonfire, but for whatever reason, visiting Lothric has permanently given us this ability to, like, level up. I'm way overdue for leveling up Vitality, so that's what we'll go for. Especially with a Headless run. Now that we've got our Zweihander equipable, as well as our armor set equipable. And, oh, I should probably save scum for this. Wait, did I save scum right before talking to Petrus? Ah, man. It's really blanking out. It won't hurt to do this either way. It'd be long, that game's huge. Also, most of the story and lore is in your face. You enjoyed your time with Neo 2, even though you agree it's long? Way too long, but the combat's great? You got it for like 20 bucks, that's a great deal. Nice. But did I say Lothric and not Lordran? I totally meant Lordran. You're just at an age where you don't appreciate long games as much? Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. One of the things that I've done a lot more as I've gotten older is I've tried to pay less attention to like what games are coming out. Because I've realized I really get addicted to the hype of like going into a game and blind before everybody else has like figured it out and enjoy that kind of first learning experience. And so if I can get over that point in time where I'm hyped for a game and then come back to it later after it's not new and actually buy it and like want to play it, then I'll let myself like buy a game and play it. With that being said, I might get Pokemon Snap just because it was one of my favorite games for the N64. I'm kind of curious to see how the new one is. Even if like the systems aren't too different, it's one of those games where I feel like I could just kind of relax too. Can we not do it yet? Okay. So, what's this demon called? It does a decent amount of damage though. How do we do this? It's been a while since I fought this guy. I always forget this one's name. It's not like Stray Demon. It's not the... Oh, okay. I forgot about that. Oh, so that's when it like hits to the side. Okay. We're screwed. Probably could have dodged it. Oh, so they like made that effect more easily readable, I think. Because before it just looked like a giant wind and I couldn't tell when I was in its area of effect and when I wasn't. Stray Demon? It is Stray Demon? So is it like the soul of a Stray Demon in Dark Souls 3 as well? Because it looks the same, it just doesn't have like its axe. Thank you guys. The curses of the HUDless run. I could always just turn it on, but... MinMax says you're going to go to bed now. Bye, chat and LP. Thank you once again for dropping in, MinMax, and hopefully you have a good weekend, and then we see you next time. You kind of don't buy games on release anymore. May also be that there's not that many games that you're excited for recently. Most of the games you pick up, you often just learned of recently. Yeah, I'm kind of that way as well. Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild 2 may be the few games you're looking forward to, and even then you're not super focused on them. Wasn't his name the Asylum Demon? The first one was. In normal Dark Souls, that AoE is much more of a suggestion than a visual effect. Yeah. So he's behind us this time. Remember... Interesting. Okay. So this is the big AoE. Oh, we already took a lot of damage, I guess? I guess I don't really need footage of this. Oh, screw that up. But, okay, so you can... And you can't really stagger this boss because he's too heavy. He's too much of a heavy boy. Get up. That should have hit, I thought. Okay, so it's not that bad. Am I hitting it? I think I did. I don't know, maybe I'm not. Okay, that was weird. Camera scared the crap out of me. Behind you, I don't think this is a good spot. Okay. Meant to jump, did not. Oh dang it, I was trying to run and then follow up with an attack. Here we go. Alright, I definitely hit him there. Gonna drop. It's probably got to be a little bit low on the health. Actually, I have no idea how much damage I'm doing, obviously. See, like, this is a time where I feel like I could read chat if I had a little bit of a better setup. Unfortunately, I was going to try to like put a tablet next to my screen, but I guess my tablet might be too old and it's kind of like dead. It's not taking its charge anymore. Which is kind of really annoying, but... Victory achieved, we get humanity and a homeward bone. And then... the Titanite slab. Wait, isn't it like the first time you fight it, if you kill it, you get its weapon? No, this one... that one actually might be true, yeah. But you can just trade for with Snuggly later on, I think. And then... this was the demon that was in the walls when we first got brought into the asylum here. And further on, there will be a Black Knight in the cell that we first got dropped into when we started the game. We just picked up a slab, I think it was. Oh yeah, it's a Titanite slab. So this is a Titanite slab for weapon reinforcement. Legendary slabs are the domain of the gods, blah blah blah. Legendary slabs are the heirlooms of a nameless blacksmith deity who forged weapons of other gods. Weapons forged with this slab become rare legendary weapons. So this just kind of sets up the nameless blacksmith deity, and there's really not too much to it other than that. In Dark Souls 3, it gets a bit more explicit that Titanite is related to souls because of the crystal lizards, but at least in Dark Souls 1, that connection isn't very clear at all. Merc says, may be dumb, but can you plunge the stray demon? No, because he's like chilling underneath the floor that doesn't collapse, like that section of the room, so you can't plunge the stray demon. Sleep says, you didn't have much expectations for Neo 2, you just saw someone play it and it looked like a nice improvement over 1. Yeah, I've heard like 1 is kind of rough, but it sounded like 2 was a better experience overall. This approach has the advantage that you don't get spoiled much. This guy's weakness is bleed. Yeah, because he's a demon. The weird thing is that the plunge on him is disabled, but on Fire Sage it's still enabled? Interesting. They probably figured they didn't need to disable it for Fire Sage because there's no way you would normally be able to get to him and drop him above. Yeah, how to even plunge attack the Fire Sage? Hacker man skills. Asylum Demon is the one where you get its weapon if you kill it the first time. Venom says, LP, later on when the knight is right in front of him. He's not in aggro range, it's fine. Colored Titanite feels like a remnant of the stone system in Demon Souls. He does actually walk around, but you don't think he goes within range of plunging attacks from where you drop. So let's go kill the Black Knight. Watch us die to him instead of the boss. Well, I guess we did die to the boss the one time. Decent amount of souls. Would have had a lot more had I been using the Covenant, the Silver Serpent Ring, Covetous Silver Serpent Ring. Hey, we got fast rolls again. That's nice. Oh, no stamina. Chunk. Uh-oh. Damn it, the message got me excited. I thought we were going to get another item. And so for whatever reason, when we come back to our cell, I should probably make this look decent. We pick up a peculiar doll. And this will grant us access to the painted world in Anne Orlando, the painted world of Ariamis. A strange doll with a strange dress. There was once an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. So very, very little in the way of like lore there. So the abomination is most likely a reference to Priscilla, because she's described as like a bastard child and the antithesis to all life at times. And why she would have needed this doll and then why it would have ended up here is really anyone's guess. I just noticed that you can actually see bugs crawling around here. That's cool. Honestly, having multiple upgrade items for different elements make things overly and unnecessarily complicated. Kinda, yeah. Do we know why this place has 2 demons of all things? No, not really. Some people believe that Gwyn and his family or whatnot were using the demons to test the chosen undead, to kind of select them to take their undead pilgrimages to Lordran. And so maybe the Black Knights were capturing demons and then funneling them here, because we did just kill that Black Knight. And yeah, other than that, we really don't have much in the way of information as to why demons of all things are here. But since this place is like a religious relic, that might be the connection. Over HP. I think our good old friend Oscar is going to not be in a happy mood when we see him again. I'm trying to like show him off a bit better. So he's got like the same set that we do. I don't know what shield that is off the top of my head. What sword is that? Like a broadsword? A straight sword? I can't tell. Probably a Stora straight sword. So he's also wearing like this set. And since he's hollow, he definitely won't say anything if he kills us. Let's try to show that off. So Oscar's warnings about him being able to die human, we should like leave him alone, is kind of true, because he really does go hollow and he loses his senses there. It's really sad, but to do it like this. Oh, tried to pull out the shield and wasn't able to parry. Oh, we get the crest shield. Brilliant. That's what we wanted, pretty much. Oops. So this is a shield of a nameless knight, likely a high-ranked knight of Astora. One of the enchanted blue shields, the crest shield greatly reduces magic damage, which is true when we compare it to like the heater shield. It has much better magic defense, but not as good fire or lightning. But pretty equivalent for the most part. And they weigh only like 1 pound heavier, I guess. Okay. Did I slow down after that? No, maybe not. I don't know. So that was that. Oh yeah. There's the second floor up above worth checking out. I almost forgot about. Go ahead and that. It's the crest shield and the Astora straight sword. Okay, totally makes sense. Fire Sage definitely seems like we ran out of time to design a new boss, like a lot of the other parts of Lost Izalith. Loop said you kind of get having a special Titanite like Twinkling and Demon for special weapons, but other colors not so much. And to Mathota, you said some people made the theories that they're to test possible chosen undead, and that the Black Knights would have swapped the Asylum demon with the Stray demon after some time. You think Stray is fine, but Fire Sage is too much? Yeah, especially when you eventually get to Lost Izalith, and then you just fight a bunch of Cabra demons, a bunch of Taurus demons, and so having another recycled. Why is that back now? Well, we got by the oldest one in the book. You think I should seriously consider streaming Neo 2 Blind or not? Okay. And may just be because of the setup, but also Neo 2 is absurdly dark and the light of your window constantly makes the screen unreadable. That sucks. Oh yeah, we can just voice through all this crap. Oh, there's two dudes here now. So we got that west key way earlier, which allows us access to get the one item on the ledge that we saw earlier. The rusted iron ring. Improves balance on poor footing. Oh, so this will be the one that's good for going down to Blighttown. This iron ring was used to shackle the guilty. It is terribly rusted and faintly stained with blood. Those who find the strange ring to their liking will be pleased to find it easier to gain footing on poor ground such as swamps. So that'll kind of be useful. Was that only added into the remaster? Because I don't remember if that item existed in the base game. It might have. I probably just never used it. Because I would come here much later. Alright. Let's get the cutscene back to Lordran, and then not run on top of that. Then we can catch up. And maybe Petrus has killed Rhea. I doubt it, but... especially if what you guys said was right. That illusory wall commented. We're almost on... we're almost dead. Alright. Neo has a boss that could be worse than the Bed of Chaos. Thing is, the Fire Sage wasn't needed. They already had two bosses. Steven says, should kill him in your starting gear, then you can pretend you stole his armor. What chapter? Wait. Oh, you guys are talking about the boss? Tim reminds me about the rusted iron ring. Spider Bull is fine. That thing is a nightmare. So many dragon butts in Izalith. Makes the Bed of Chaos look harmless. Venom says, when you started this playthrough, you mentioned how obvious the ball rolling trap was, and I thought he's going to fall for it on a second trip to the Asylum. Yeah, I definitely fell for it the second time because when you respawn there the first time around, like, it doesn't come. It only comes the one time. So I'm like, okay, I guess it's done rolling around. So I guess that's another one to add to, like, the compilation video. Me talking about how I'm super aware that there's this rolling ball trap and then just immediately fall for it when we come back much later in the game. Try to keep a mental note of that. That boss is unironically worse than the Bed of Chaos. It's obvious, but you don't really look much in the games. Dark Soul has to teach you to look. Yeah, kinda. So Rhea should still be alive, but we'll just check. Pretty sure the NPCs don't say anything different either. With those two out of the way, what was I thinking? Right, we could go back to the Darkroot Garden, pick up the Grass Crest Shield, then come through the depths and into Blighttown. Yeah. This is just going a little bit faster than I was expecting, especially after yesterday. It's all good. Probably doesn't say anything differently.
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you safe, as always. A pyromancer's flame.
Okay.
Please. Goodbye then. Come back if you find anything new.
Hmm? What now? I'm not up for chatting.
Or we could rush the four kings, but I might as well kill Quelaag and then do them before ringing the second bell. Then we can still do the covenant then, right? If not, we could probably just do it on like New Game Plus, and that'd be a little bit annoying.
Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece, and pray that you never go hollow.
Alright, so they said all that crap. Rail will be the same. We'll go to Darkroot and then pick up our shield. As well as like pick up the bonfire, because it's going to be like right there. And then we should be good. The ring was always there? Okay, it's been there the whole time. Even, I think I probably just never used it. Don't forget the second Black Knight. I think I did. If you plan to continue, prepare yourself. If you're not taking it seriously, it's bad. Horrific. Third mission of Chapter 4, every boss has been pretty painful. Venom says, you can get Koth's Covenant even after killing Ornstein and Smo, as long as you don't place the Lord Vessel. Oh, okay. Okay, that'll be less painful then. Actually, the Four Kings kind of gives me trouble. Maybe because they just have like a decent amount of health. Another shard. It's nice. Don't forget to rest at the bonfire unless you want to end up back at the asylum. Thank you. Talking about the Neo stuff. Oh yeah, so like as far as like some of the new games that I'm kind of hyped about, like the release hype. Ratchet and Clank looks really cool to me. That almost looks like a Pixar game. I don't even know if I want to play it as much as just maybe watch someone stream it. Like, it just looks that nice. And the new Pokemon Snap, I was really hyped about it for a couple months ago, but then I just stopped looking for news about it, and I forgot that it was coming out so soon, and it just got released like yesterday, I guess. So I might pick that up just to like chill out between streams, but also in the lately when I've been like doing all the stream stuff, it's really taken up a lot of the free time, as you can imagine. Especially trying to gather and look at the lore for the Souls games specifically. I've delved into that a lot more deeply over the past few months. And so hopefully this will all pay off, and I'll start being able to make the videos really soon. Especially now that I'm starting to feel more comfortable with the lore overall, because like kind of when I started the Dark Souls 3 stuff, it was more like, oh, I just had like these really big topics in mind that kind of connect into Bloodborne, but now that I've like delved into it more, I have more things I think I could probably add to the community in terms of like talking about Dark Souls lore. And you guys have been around, so you pretty much know a lot of what I'm already talking about. Need large shards. That might be a little bit out the way. Oh, the leather set. Longbow, feather arrows. That's kind of nice, actually. So we get the Black Knight down there. This is the wrong way, isn't it? No, okay. Bonk. Hey, we got the halberd, holy crap. And the chunk. I need to know where my good motes are. Let's switch this one with joy or something. So let's check out our overpowered halberd, which we're not going to use anyway. Just like, hey, look what we got. So this is the halberd of the Black Knights who wander Lordran, used to face chaos demons. The large motion that pulls the weight of the body back into the attack reflects the great size of their adversaries long ago. So that kind of goes into a hint that they were fighting the demons, but it's so ambiguous that it could potentially mean the giants as well. So that could lead into the ideas of Gwyn's army fighting the demons of the Witch of Izalith. And we get the Grasscrest shield. So we are kind of rolling along now. Old medium metal shield of unknown origin. The Grasscrest is lightly imbued with magic, which slightly speeds stamina recovery. So this is going to be extremely useful for us, because we could just dual hand this Zweihander and kind of wreck face. So as you can see, the shield is on our back, but we still have the green aura effect on our body. Maybe I don't want to use this just because it'll spoil a little of the image. I don't know. We'll probably just go with it. We'll just go with our giant dad two-handing build. Tim says 4K is just a damage race, so you like to go... Oh, the Four Kings is just damage race. So you like to go in after fighting Ornstein and Smo with a plus 15 weapon, Havels, and Combustion/Great Combustion. Makes sense. Bobbin says it's not out yet. You're probably talking about Ratchet and Clank. No, I think that one comes out in, like, June. I think Returnal just came out. I saw on my feed Digital Foundry just released a video about it. It looked interesting. It kind of reminds me of, like, Dark Souls meets Metroid Prime or something like that. But like a sci-fi shooter Dark Souls. I don't know how it is. I don't have a PS5, but hopefully it's a cool game because there's not a lot of like the new next-gen console games out just yet. So where were we gonna go? The depths. Like the front way into Blighttown, which I hardly ever do. Oh, and we might get cursed along the way. Oh yeah, well... We could also get cursed in Blighttown, I suppose. We'll figure it out. I don't know. Loster says, are you a weeb for a Tanuki? Oh, you guys are probably talking about the Pokemon stuff now. That wasn't a Tanuki. Anyway, Gabriel, you better have the DLC because it's easily the best part of Neo 2. How rude. What's so good about the DLC? We got the halberd. Is this a halberd run now? You're already using this Zweihander. There's no problem in using the death stick. Wait, what? No halberd? Blasphemy? Could mean Logan's hat. If you hold X, whip your controller around, you can activate emotes without the menu. Yeah, maybe like the controls on this one are better. Like they're really garbage in Bloodborne. Like they're super inconsistent. So I wonder if that was like on purpose. Oh wow, this is kind of a lot more responsive. So it looks like they made this one better. Maybe not. Yeah, I just flicked it the same way and I went from joy to pointing down. the joy again. Whatever. Okay, that's kind of why I don't use the touch gestures. It's too unreliable. I mean, you could probably make it work if you like. Maybe you can't switch them all to the one thing, but.
Well, hello again. Used need.
Can we? Oh, we do have large ones. So we must have picked those up from the
Don't get yourself.
the lizard. I thought it was large, but I thought it wasn't. It was at the same time. Okay. So it pretty much says the same thing as the other ones. It just reinforces regular and raw weapons. Okay.
Well, I need it.
Oh yeah, and then we have to reinforce again. It always throws me off how it works in here. So can we see how much it'll add to it? So, yeah, pretty much 20 points total for just one upgrade. Zweihander's a beast.
Killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
What's our stat requirement on our Black Knight halberd? 32 strength and 18 dex. So I definitely don't have the dex to equip it yet. You guys should totally buy a PS5. It's great at playing PS4 games. You're not wrong. The issue is buying a PS5. I've been trying to. You're waiting for Twin Snakes to finish downloading so you can finally get into Metal Gear Solid? Nice. You literally just finished Metal Gear Solid 1 today on your PS3? Had to mess with your controller input settings to fight the Mantis? Appropriate emote for the function? Does Mantis still have memory card reading mechanics in that version? You can't wait to meet him until after all the stuff you've heard. Also, welcome back, Stellaby. Walster, thank you for saying hello. You with your jokes. Tim says, yeah, you need 5 more decks, but once you do, you can two-hand it. Yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of two-handing. So yeah, the only kind of unfortunate thing about the Grasscrest shield is that it doesn't do 100% physical reduction, but 95 is still really good. Obviously, like, the real reason to equip it is for the stamina recovery. So now we want to go back to the depths. So I'm trying to think of which was the fastest way there now. Probably going back through the Firelink side into the Undead Burg, and then, or not that way, but like going through the little tunnel past it, rather. That makes sense, yeah. Okay. I tend to forget about that shortcut, to be honest. Leap says, gotta say, if it wasn't a retro compatible, the PS5 would have been a much less worthwhile console right now. I mean, you're 100% not wrong, but that's kind of why they do have it that way. Speaking of retro compatible, I wish the Switch was. Why'd it come this way? Doesn't make sense. And so, probably want to actually rest at Firelink here, in case we die. So I think for the Gaping Dragon fight, I will leave the Channeler alive just to see it use its effects on the dragon, which is probably going to be like a real pain in the butt. But I actually probably not, because I'm kind of over leveled for coming into this next area now. That's weird, but I get. Originally, it did have 100%, but they nerfed it. I mean, it makes sense. Otherwise, there's like no incentive to use any other shield than the Grass Crest. This is the only reason why you'd equip a shield. Dex for life. The Aqueduct is going to be the fastest route. PS3 had no games. PS4 had 1 or 2 games. I mean, you're speaking to a Bloodborne fandom here. So I mean, there are like a lot of good exclusives for the PS4, which are getting carried over to the PS5, which is really nice. I'm not necessarily a system fanboy as much as I am like a software fanboy, and at least for the cycle of the PS4, it had the games that I enjoyed more. Great sword. That's rude. Oh, the auto lock-on is just kind of intense in this one. Hitting the dog from that distance. Two dogs, or is it just the one there the first time? I forget the butcher doesn't spawn again. So we pointed out the last time, but there's like these stacked boxes here, which allows us to drop down into the kind of next area. A little ahead of time, there's like a giant rat here, which we can use a plunging attack on. But the real reason for coming this way right now is to pick up the shield, which, I mean, it's not going to influence our game at this point right now. It's a spider shield. As the bandit class, you start with it, which is a pretty good shield overall. Rats, we get some humanity. And there's like a bunch of like poop everywhere and a bunch of corpses. So that rat was probably big because it was like feasting on corpses and people, and that might also explain why it has the humanity. Or just souls in general would be good enough. Stacks of bones. So as we come into the depths, they're kind of like sewers, fairly obviously. Bloodborne came out 2 years after the PS4. Okay, hold on. Seems like you guys are going off on a tangent. PS5 doesn't have much right now. Here, Demon Souls, Bugsnax, that's kind of it. They just released Returnal, so it's either hit or miss. The Ratchet & Clank, which actually seems kind of like the first new-gen game to me. Maybe Returnal is as well. I haven't looked at the Digital Foundry video quite yet. Trying to remember if this one gets us killed. No, so this is the safe spot, right? Yeah. And that's the danger zone, and then we'll be fine going this way. The channeler's over here, so we don't need to go that way just yet, because I want to keep it alive. And this just comes back around to nothing. Oh, with the ooze enemies. Oh, I don't have fire. Well, I guess I have fire paper, but don't really need to use it, I don't think. Oh yeah, and I was saying, like, the Ratchet & Clank comes out next month. That kind of seems like one of the first real new-gen titles that really tries to take advantage of the hardware. So, you're not wrong that there aren't a lot of games yet. I agree. And those ones are kind of a hit or miss, I suppose, depending on your interests. Channeler. So this area is actually really easy to miss. I missed that little shortcut so many times my first time through. Sewer chamber key. We actually need to go back out and get the bonfire now that I think about it before I forget. And come full circle. Or that. Read what you guys have to say. Alright. Bloodborne would be better on the PC. PS5 has Astrolabs, lol. It's never gonna happen with the Bloodborne port. To be fair, the game was a really fun tech demo, alright? Something you confuse system sellers and launch games. Returnal is apparently shockingly good. Yeah, I remember seeing like the first trailer for it like a year ago, and I was like, it looks okay. But then I saw like a more recent gameplay trailer, and I was like, you know what, this game looks like it could actually have something to it. And so, depending on like what more I see from it, like I might actually consider picking it up if I do get a PS5. Maybe what's on sale just to like save some money, but shit, maybe by the time I pick up a PS5, its price will have dropped, who knows. That was like the kind of a first entranceway into the area, and so our bonfire will be in the store to the left. Oh, I forget you actually need that key to open this. I thought the door was just always unlocked. Okay, so that actually worked out a bit better than I intended. We need to rest at our bonfires. Actually, we're close. Can we level up? No. Okay. Spider shield. Oh yeah, I wanted to read the spider shield. Thank you all for saying that. So this is one of the shields that I used like a ton my first playthrough. The shield of the Savage Mountain Bandits, uniquely shaped with a large black spider etched upon it, has resistance to poison. So the poison resistance is a really nice feature of it. You can't really see it too much in this. Maybe it doesn't actually show you. Oh well. At the very least, it does 100 physical resistance and it has 72 fire, so it is slightly better than the heater shield. And there really isn't a whole lot better in the fire defense department that doesn't get like a lot heavier overall. But it does weigh slightly more than the heater shield, so a very slight trade-off, all things considered. Super Duper Paratrooper, welcome back. Venom says, the spider shield in this room and the axe embedded in the giant rat's eye imply the bandit starting class died in here. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh, and we also need to Ember Up. Or not Ember Up, obviously. Use Humanity. And then we can get invaded by Kirk in this area. And he scared the crap out of me my first time playing through, because I had no idea that there were like summons in this stuff. And I must have been human, obviously, to get him to spawn in. So let's go ahead and double check that great axe, because I would have forgotten about that, so thank you for bringing that back up. This great axe is a veritable mass of iron. Its weight sends foes flying, but makes it difficult to handle without inhuman strength. Any miss makes one very vulnerable, as each swing requires the full force of the body. The great axe is a pretty decent weapon as well. I guess I had some liquid humanity, which is nice. Can I kindle? No. But do I want to increase this bonfire? Maybe, probably not. Again, I'm not going to worry about it. So we'll go ahead and save scum as we get invaded here. It does whatever a spider shield does. Mechanical-wise, you like that the PS5 focuses on performance. Yeah, I'm interested in like the actual feedback of the haptic controllers. I don't think it's going to be like super game-breaking, or groundbreaking rather, but I think it's something that I've wanted in controllers for a long time. So I feel like they have made a bit more of a more holistic approach to gaming. But I do appreciate a lot of the effort that both Sony and Microsoft have put into most specifically like upgrading their sound systems and having like dedicated sound cards. Because that's something I really enjoy in the games. So especially for like games like Dark Souls, where you do kind of have that 3D sound where you can hear if an enemy is behind you or above you. It's really nice to have that kind of a high fidelity audio quality. There's a reason the first games on a console focus on being spectacles. Yeah, hopefully the haptic stuff isn't just like full-on gimmicks. But they probably are. Let's be real here. I think this one's... Yeah, we need to come back around to open this. Okay. Like Rise, Son of Rome. A shallow game, but it does look good. Cameo, Element of Power. Oh, yeah, I kind of vaguely remember that game. It was fun, but you can really see all that stuff was just there to show off the 360 power. Yeah. I kind of feel like that's what Ratchet and Clank is going to be like, honestly, but despite all that, I think it looks like it's going to be really fun. I don't know how the gameplay is going to be, but as I was saying, like that, it's like one of the rare games where I feel like I'd almost rather just watch it than play it myself. Well, I'm just going to go to the bonfire rather than wasting my limited supply of mosses, because I think I've got like 3 of them. And they'll be more important in Blighttown. Just need to play better against rats. But you find the bandit armor in the Drake Valley. Doesn't necessarily mean there's only one bandit, but yeah. I do like that they kind of add that kind of those set pieces together to add like a little bit to the environmental storytelling. So whether or not like the bandit really did come here isn't too important to me. It's just like with the ability for the players to kind of like make that headcanon for themselves. It's one of the things that I do appreciate at times. Maybe if you could use the spider shield as a raft, it'd be useful in Blighttown. It's a good shield even without the poison resistance. Yes, I agree. You really loved how Astrolab's final boss starts as the T-Rex demo from the PS1 and turned super detailed in HD, serving the same role as the predecessor of showing off the console's abilities. Also, Astro shows off the console without just going blandly realistic. You find it very cartoony ways to be visually impressive. I do like the tiny rat that like runs around the corner and distracts me from this one. There's 4 of them. So my last time playing through here, I tried to remind myself that this passage was here and I still forgot about it. Where does Kirk invade? Probably not here. I think this is where the channeler is. So the channeler will be ahead that way. So we can go back and yeah, we can see it like walking around a little bit. We're gonna go back around, drop down into the hellish pit and deal with like the basilisks, I guess. This one death. I don't think any of them led to death. I also don't want to risk that. Screw it. Oh yeah, I switched my binds. Huh. Wait. That was weird. I think you need to be online to see like a bunch of the crystallized skeleton dudes that have got killed by curse. Shit. And without the HUD, it's really easy to die to curse. Okay, I kind of remember where we are. So I think he invades around here. Bruh. Kirk invades all the way at the bottom if you go down the slide and then turn left. None of them are death. They all lead down to the Basilisk Town. Okay, yeah, you do. Just don't stand in the curse gas. It's easy. Yeah. Curse is definitely worse than death. We love that mechanic so much, as well as seeing a bunch of petrified bodies and sea scenery really add to the world. Hola niño, soy Rata. ¿Cómo estás? Okay, here we go, Kirk. Oh, yeah, we can just yank him. Rip. Nothing personnel, kid. Damn it. Couldn't even point down. I was trying to, like, do that. We get humanity from killing the Dark Spirit, and we get the spiked shield. Sweet. That's a pretty lucky drop, I think. A shield of the infamous Dark Wraith Kirk, Knight of Thorns, covered with spikes. Can be used as a weapon. Sharp spikes cause heavy bleeding. It's weird that it calls him a Dark Wraith here, because he technically serves the, what's it called? The servants of chaos, the chaos servants. So I wonder if the Japanese uses more speculative language, or if it calls Dark Wraith something different here that I'll need to check out. Okay, and so this will lead back into the shortcut, and then we can show off the gaping dragon. And talk to our good friend Aishamai Domnall. You like Curse in theory, but almost got. But they could have placed it better. It's a weird balance, as Curse being this hard to cure makes it memorable. Yeah, especially in the earlier builds of the game when it was even harder to get rid of the Curse buildup without the purging stones, because the merchants didn't really sell them except for maybe Oswald. But I don't remember if Oswald still did. You guys said he did, so I'll probably go with that. But the undead merchant in the female undead merchant didn't used to sell the purging stones. I remember that much. Rat friend. I didn't think there was one up here. Okay. Hey, more humanity, sweets. The rat friend. Trying to get us in a hallway where we can't swing our Zweihander no matter what we do. Okay, sweet. Wanted to make sure we weren't getting crept up on by another ooze. So that should be good. Is IOP a little bit. I mean, we're pretty well leveled with a +7 Zweihander and decent stats. Also, new players aren't quite ready to face such a brutal status ailment. Agreed. They should have kept the curse the way it was in DS1, the Chaos Servants. It's really hard for you to determine if it's better to screw over new players, to give them strong experiences, or to build the experience to keep the really nasty stuff for good players. That is always like the real challenge of a level designer. So I feel like with Dark Souls 1, it's something that the players kind of crave. Like, you crave that challenge to continue. I mean, some people quit, but it's kind of interesting that it really seems like the first super wall is Ornstein and Schmo as opposed to curses. Because it feels to me like if you can get rid of your curse and deal with all that other crap, you should probably be able to get through those two. But to be fair, I think I probably put the game down when I got to Anor Londo. Partially because I was getting frustrated and I had other life stuff going on. But I did eventually come back because I was like, damn it, I can't let this game beat me. So, here we are today. You think it's supposed to be a secret that he's more loyal to Chaos? I agree, just it's interesting that it's put explicitly that way in the item description, because that's kind of really bad if it leads us to be able to doubt kind of any facet of them. So I just want to double check that later on. You need the humanity in both covenants, so getting the red eye would matter for Chaos. You're not wrong. He might have... Yeah, I don't know. It's a little strange, but... Just do the running attack in hallways? Yeah. Welshman. Because that's the most important detail. The people who are the most likely to get cursed are the first timers that don't have the skill or knowledge to find a cure easily. You think Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls generally goes in the direction of screwing over new players for impact, but later games tone that down. Yeah, I agree. They kind of streamlined it, especially by the time of Dark Souls 3.
Aye, Shemai, and good day to you. I'm Donald of Xena. I'm just, well, a peddler of sorts. I adore trinkets and oddities, so I trade for them. I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
You just called me nothing, dang.
I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
I think you might need to buy some stuff from him for him to, like, talk a bit more. We can get his Helmet of the Wise. A strange helmet from the ancient land of Xena, birthplace of the curious dealer Domnall. The two horns are believed to symbolize wisdom. So I don't really think anything is said about Xena much at all. It might just be Domnall's set. The many medals are believed to symbolize glory. The gold bracelets symbolize a vanquisher. The inlaid silver rings symbolize an explorer. So there's a lot of little neat facets to his set, but it really doesn't say too much about him overall. All of his stuff's really expensive though. He will sell us like the boss armors later on, after he moves towards like Firelink. I guess I'm not worried about the bow, bolts, and arrows yet. So the crystal stuff is interesting because maybe he had some relation to the Duke's archives at some point. Maybe he raided them. I don't know. I never really thought about this. A fully crystallized straight sword. How such a weapon was created is entirely unknown. The crystallization boosts its attack, but makes the blade brittle. The sword cannot be used for long as it cannot be repaired. So it's a little bit unfortunate that, like, the crystal stuff is easily broken since it can't be repaired and it's so damn expensive. It really kind of disincentivizes players from using it, but I remember trying out pretty much like literally everything in my first playthrough. Crystallized greatsword. And everything's pretty much the same. I guess I might never have read this. Affected weapon inflicts rare lightning damage, making it effective against targets which are resilient to both magic and fire. Very effective against dragon family foes. So this is probably a hint as to the type of enemy we're going to face in the future.
Well, I'm certain we will make a good trade eventually, so I am willing to share some tips. If you see kindling in the catacombs, use divine weapons. That will repel the reassembling skeletons. I'm afraid I don't see anything here. I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
So I don't know if he has like a purchase threshold to change some of his dialogue, but at the very least this does give us the tip of how to deal with the reassembling skeletons.
Thank you. That was a fine trade. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon, and we'll make another fine trade, of course.
So I think he stays here for a little while. I don't remember what makes him go away. I don't think he leaves after he killed the Gaping Dragon. He might still be here before we go to Blighttown, but it's whatever. When we look at him closely, we can see like his helmet has like these kind of spectacles on it. You can see the kinds of medals all over his chest. Really eccentric look. Some of his garb kind of reminds me of like the symbols that you see on like the Avalon, but don't take that too seriously at all. That's just kind of a passing thought. Sleep says, there's also the aspect that getting cursed may convince them to visit New Londo due to the loading text that says someone can cure them there. Yeah, so that might have been the intent, but and I guess when you're cursed you can actually like hit the ghosts, which is nice, and I didn't kind of realize, I guess. But overall, like, New Londo is a real pain in the butt to try to go there so early. What's it gonna do? Alright, we killed Kirk. I'm probably going to save out just to fight the Gaping Dragon in case I kill it quickly and I want more footage. Or, no, wait, no, duh. We need to kill it by hitting its tail, so if I screw that up, that is disastrous. What's going on? Okay. Foster said, you recently saw the inspiration of the helm lore-wise? I think I might have seen that before, but I don't remember. So if you want to like link it into the Discord or something, I'd appreciate that. Loop says, so it's maybe not all bad if the screwing gives the player new objectives, and is the set meant to just be symbolic for everyone or custom made for him? It might have just been a bunch of random stuff that he's gathered along his journeys, so it'd be the way that I take it. Loop says, like his people's crafted the set specifically to highlight Domhnall's values. Nice info. You think the ghosts are manageable, though they do kill you quick with half health. And you don't have to go to the lower floor. I suppose that's true. Trying to like go up that little church to finally meet Ingvard is just a real pain in the butt if you're low level and can't survive many of the ghosts' attacks. Gloucester says, if you're screwing up getting the gaping dragon's tails, you have no hope in getting Calamites. Calamite was pretty annoying, I remember that. As we look out over here, this is going to be the arena where we fight the gaping dragon. And I think the channeler, we can see him in the arena and he'll like buff the dragon since we didn't kill it. We hear the rushing water. I guess I didn't show that off super well, but we'll show a little bit. I'll show a little bit more off when we get rid of the dragon and then maybe like go see the basilisks. I don't know. I don't remember if there's anything super important over there. Oh, we can summon for this fight? Oh, Solaire. Interesting. Didn't know that. I'll keep that in mind. And Lautrec will help us too. Can you multi-summon in this? Probably only either or. So Lautrec is not of the Sunbro, so his is a bit more white versus this one being like orange or golden. Fogwall should be a big clue as to what's to come. You guess the church would still be a nightmare as there's so many ghosts. Also look up for the inspiration on the Helm of the Wise. Look up the Henry VIII helmet. Okay. Bobbin's going to bed. Thank you for dropping in, as always, Bobbin, and have a good weekend, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Tim says, you think the channeler just shoots soul arrows at you? You don't remember if you can actually buff the dragon or not. You can summon both? Okay. You don't need the summons for this fight. It's pretty easy. Yeah, especially with as over-leveled as we are. The only reason why I'd really go for the summon would be to draw the aggro away from me, just so I could use my binoculars to gather footage of the fight. So I'll probably fight it multiple times, to be honest. This is the Gaping Dragon. Its normal head kind of resembles that of a crocodile. It has a mouth, but that's not the mouth it uses to eat with. As we look, it only has... no, it does have four wings total. But it's kind of more of like a reptile than the traditional dragon of Dark Souls. Some of the footage. Away for a little bit. Let's go to the other side. Show it off. I don't remember how... Oh, okay. We get the channeler throwing his spears at us. Where did the spear come from? Maybe I'm too far away. Okay, so he's up there. Did it really just stomp kill us? That's funny. Was I at full health? I don't know. That's a little bit surprising, though. Stella says, you don't remember Lochek being a summon for this fight at all? You must have missed him. You think he can buff? I'll try to show it off. Because I think somebody said that the channeler will buff it. If he just shoots the arrow at us, that's kind of cool enough. But if he buffs it, that's cooler? I don't know. A lot of people have killed him at this point, so a sign wouldn't show up for them. Oh yeah, that's true. Dark Soul loves to have the teeth that move around. Are there animals where teeth independently move like that? I don't think so, no. Because, like, teeth typically don't regrow and all that. Gotta say, he looks more intimidating than he should compared to his strength. He should be stronger. If you just come here, like, straight away, the Gaping Dragon can be a little more challenging. I don't know, the Gaping Dragon definitely feels better on New Game Plus, but he's just, like, not aggressive. He leaves players a lot of time to heal, which is, I don't know, not ideal. But, I mean, I guess it's really, like, only the fourth boss that you really fight if you go straight through. So the channeler's dancing. So I think when it dances like that, it buffs the dragon, although I'm not sure. Hey, we got the great axe. Sweet. Oh wait, what? That was like an instant grab. Can you just not do that? Either way, this is cool footage worth showing off. Run, you idiot. Stop locking on and run. But we're gonna get stomped, aren't we? Try to show it off a little bit more. So it looks like if we go far enough away, the channeler cannot shoot us, which is kind of funny. I'm not even hitting it right now. That was not. I keep wondering if I can finish it off with the one hit, so I'm doing risky stuff. It's okay. I kind of did that on purpose, so... I'm going to reload it and maybe summon just once more. And maybe try to get a better footage of the channeler dancing and buffing it. Because I don't like expect to do like a feature on the Gaping Dragon or anything like that, just... Sometimes it's nice to have more angles to work with. He's honestly kind of dumping pathetic shame, honestly. Gaping does a lot of damage, he's just slow. It's a fight of endurance mostly. Thing is that even sharks' teeth don't wiggle like that. Why'd I reload? Just because we have the humanity, and I don't want that to just go to waste willy-nilly. So I said we're gonna summon. I've got my binoculars out already. Did I have full health? Yeah, okay. So he really did just one-shot me that one time. Kind of funny. I'm going to just summon Lautrec. Or maybe I should summon Solaire. No, let's go with Lautrec. He's probably a little bit rarer. But there's just... people like Solaire, though. I like Solaire. It feels like more like a classic knight versus a dragon if it's Solaire, maybe. Also, sun, light dude versus dragon. Yeah, definitely gonna go with Solaire then. Okay. Its head was tracking me. Alright. You think it's intentional for this point of the game? It's formidable but very dumb foe. Quelaag is the first opponent that's both really strong yet smart. You wouldn't call her smart. She sits there for several seconds before puking lava, just eating sword hits. You guess. You swear those teeth move like fingers? Never stand in front of it? While you're reloading? Humanity isn't that rare. No, but still. If I want to, like, do the, skip... Well, I need to do the skip just to finish off Solaire's quest. Don't really want to have to farm humanity. And also, like, reloading doesn't take too much time. Allows me to, like, look at chat rather than running around. So there's like, some benefits to it, at least. Oh, Solaire, fight him. Wait, we need the channeler in the picture. Leave me alone. So we kind of got it to work. He hit me from over here, maybe? Oh, he's going for Solaire. Okay, so he's buffed. He's got the aura now. Okay, that he didn't have that one before. Thanks, Solaire. And we got it. Alright, so we should have enough footage, I think. It's annoying. Yeah, it's definitely got that armor. Or not armor, aura. That's totally my fault. Losing sight of him made me mistime the roll and got squished. Mimic teeth are fingers? Some of them are. So the dragon's teeth look like them. Solaire is 100% stronger than Lautrec. Dental phalanges. Lautrec is a smooth brain that uses mediocre weapons. NPCs in these games rarely feel like they're worth the summons. They just can't survive the boss for long. Philippe definitely called it out. Like, come on, game, can't you give me an ally that kind of knows how to fight that enemy? Yeah, Tarkus can 100% manhandle that Iron Golem, as Lulster says. Tarkus is my favorite summon. Brody, welcome back in. He said, you only played DS3 and Sekiro before you started streaming DS1? You're finally experiencing it for yourself and you love it? Yeah, I like Dark Souls 1 probably my second favorite after Bloodborne. Just like, it has this level of charm that the other games kind of don't. Maybe because it is just so rough around the edges. It definitely feels like a diamond in the rough to me. Yeah. Well, maybe I'll remember to, like, sprint out. But we're gonna get that the summon sign as you get into the fight. Kind of screwed up. Oh, my binoculars, of course. Just gonna go for Solaire, which is fine. Not so fine right now. Dragon King Great Axe. What is he aggroing at? Oh, he's trying to use his spear? Ooh, let's try to... Oh, we screwed it up. Come on, Solaire. Do it. Solaire is sticking to me. I thought gold fell out of it for a second. I was like, what the hell? Damn it. Stop shooting me. I didn't think we were safe. Okay, whatever. Remembered. Do that. Oh, he pukes. I haven't seen this one yet. How far did this go? Holy crap. Roll. Oh, he got buffed again. Probably roll out. Heal. Wait, that killed me? Are you serious? Actually struggling with Gaping Dragon. Alright, well, we definitely have all the footage we want. So that kind of all worked out. So that's all good. I'll go ahead and kill the channeler and explore the little basilisks before finishing off the Gaping Dragon, now that I know I've got all my footage that I want. Why is Siegmeyer not a summon? Siegmeyer technically kind of comes later with like the Sen Fortress stuff. I don't think you can summon him at all though, so that is a good question. Maybe because he's not undead. But he does kind of go hollow. I don't know, that's a good question. Tarkus is a nice cottage, quaint. Tarkus is a house. Small thing, you much prefer when the summons are characters you know rather than random strangers. You wish all the summons were NPCs you interacted with. Tarkus is cool, but you don't have any connections with him. Why am I made to call a complete stranger to help you against a friend? Elda says, you think Kirk's a maverick dark wraith, an apostate who fell in love with the fair lady. I feel like that's like the common community consensus surrounding him. What else? Go back this way, that way. What's the fastest way to channel it? That's creepy. That's cool. It's like mounting the rats. So this is definitely not the right way. Okay. Okay, we'll go up the thing and then through the little tunnel. I don't remember. Because you have no friends, you get called out. You chose this life for the channeler was still alive. Oh yeah, I mean I could fight it. It's just a little bit annoying. Oh yeah, he probably one-shot me like that because he was buffed. I didn't even think about it that way. That makes more sense. Tim's totally right. That I chose this life. I'm going this way, okay. the channel of friends over here. Try to do this, I'm gonna get poisoned. But did I really just die to that? Alright. Never mind. We're just gonna go kill the gaping dragon. Did I just upload it? It'd be fun if I did. Rip your stuff. You like how there's old puke gaping from gaping on the arena? You don't think Sigmar's is summoned anywhere? Tiny Boots, welcome back. The buffs are no joke. Channel buffs the dragon? Yeah, so we've definitely confirmed that. Foster said, you asked me a question yesterday and you told me to remind you later. Yes, so yeah, you're more than welcome to ask that now, because I can focus a bit more with just like the gaping fight as opposed to just being stuck in the Tomb of the Giants and talking about a bunch of other random stuff. Sigmar's never summoned because he's part of your world. That's a cool way of thinking about it too. Because that would make a lot of sense. But it would be kind of weird that Solaire kind of interacts, but he does say, like, they overlap. And I guess Miyazaki specifically mentions he goes back to his own world. One of the players that stays away lets the summon do all the work against the boss. What was the summon that just killed Pinwheel for us? Leroy. Leroy was good too. Ah. Oh, was not trying to run. Or not trying to roll, rather. Oh, he's buffed. Gonna hurt. We're dead? No, not dead yet. Almost. I don't know if I took damage from that. Let's roll away. I don't remember if he does anything crazy. Kind of. Okay. Oh, he's puking. Do I need to get behind him? I don't know how this works. Not like that. Okay. Charge? I don't know. Now he should, I think. Wow, missed both of those. Up from here, little spin. Run? Oh, he's puking. We're screwed a little bit. Not screwed, but... Can't see. Did I just get squished? Yeah. Tried to roll. Rip. Flip says, overall you just don't feel a connection to those summons which you never meet in the game. You guess some make sense as ghosts of the past like Leroy. Foster says, how do you suppose Gwyn managed to distance humans from the dark when, according to the multiple item descriptions, early men were one with the dark? So I feel like the way that he does that is by keeping them hollow because before like the dark sign appears, people die naturally and they kind of apparently stay dead. So I feel like he uses the power of the flame to reanimate people. And as we see with the case of people going hollow, over time they lose their minds and they stop recognizing their friends and family. So people want to go back to a point where they're not getting attacked by monsters and stuff like that. Or they're not attacking people like monsters, rather. So they want to preserve life as they knew it, as opposed to dying as much, I think. Oh yeah, we need to cut open its tail. That'll probably happen though. Not if we roll like that. Heal. Oh, that's not it. Why didn't it get cut off? I guess I was too close to the body. I was concentrating on the stagger from that. And so yeah, with Gwyn using the power of the fire to keep people in a body, essentially, that kind of separates them from the dark, which their true nature is a part of, is kind of how I read it right now. And Elda says, you wonder if the Chandler is responsible for attracting the dragon, maybe for Seath research? This is what happened when you have bad Chinese food. Gotta go kill the Rave Wizard. I'm stubborn. I kind of want to kill it this way now. Like, I wonder if the Channeler buffing it increases its defense. Because that's the only thing that makes sense to me. I kind of would like turn on the HUD. Just to see how much damage I'm doing. I feel like with this Vine Hander I should be wrecking it. Yeah. So maybe after he gets buffed, we deal less damage? I don't know. So, okay, we deal way more damage to its head. It's stunned there. Or maybe after now. Okay. I think we get a free hit in if we try. Way. He was gonna run. Okay. Or maybe I was just missing too many attacks before. Yeah, like that was a miss. Oh wait, why did I do that? Okay, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Was a little bit slow on the roll. That was silly of me though. Dead? No, we're alive. No. What are you doing? Oh, the puke? It's a twofer? I don't remember how he attacks. Oh, we missed. And he's gonna run. Almost got again. YOLO. Is he puking? No, he's just turning. Are those maggots or are those actually teeth? Those are teeth, aren't they? Yeah. As you guys said. I actually wasn't paying attention to how they move around. He's puking. Alright, now we got it. And then just the abrupt music ending. Light Town Key, Homeward Bone, Twin Humanities. In your face, Channeler. And now he's not attacking? Weird. The standard set, so this is like the warrior set that we already had. And I thought there was like another corpse around here. Sweet. Let's not like walk off the edge. So this essentially is supposed to like lead down into Blighttown, like all this like corrupted water being the sewage water being drifted away from the undead settlement in Anor Londo. So there's like going to be a lot of filth within it that gets fed into Blighttown, which might be why the place is so like toxic and poisonous. So it seems as though the gaping dragon was feasting on this filth, which might be why its body transformed into the grotesque monster that it was. And that solves that. I thought there's another item though. I guess not. Okay, so that was it. Okay. Mr. Lawster says, you're not talking just physically distancing them from the dark, but also making them fear it and distance themselves from it culturally. So that's a good question, and I think that idea is, if you're alive, like even just in real life, like you don't want to turn into a zombie, but you don't necessarily know that like your spirit's pure or whatever. So in real life, if you saw people starting to turn into zombies, you're like, oh, we want to stop people turning into zombies. The way that it's presented from Gwyn and the gods is the way that you stop zombies is by linking the fire. And the zombies are a product of you people being like dark and evil. So because you're so distant from us gods, you need to follow what we say because we can save you from these zombies, essentially. So as far as people see it, like life is a good thing, it's beautiful, as characters like Aldia and Vendrick tell us. And so it seems like in the game of Dark Souls, or the universe of Dark Souls, people don't understand that they're dark. Some do, most don't, most likely. So they want to go back to what they would consider normal, just being like a regular human. They don't realize that it's the dark that makes them human. They just think of themselves as people, I guess. It's kind of hard to say that like definitively because like there's things like sorcery, so it would seem a little bit silly that to a great extent people wouldn't know about that stuff, like the Dark Soul, especially with like all the Pygmy Lords. But at the very least, you do have characters like Koth that really muddle things up because people who collect humanity also turn into monsters. So like the dark isn't inherently good for people either, and it causes people to become covetous and greedy and do terribly evil things. So it kind of there's like they're getting sandwiched from both sides. Like the gods are saying like the dark is bad, and then the people that embrace the power of the dark, they are bad. And if you're just trying to be like a normal person in a world where there's evil surrounding you, like your goal is to stop the people that are getting the dark from becoming monsters, and you're also trying to stop people from turning into zombies. And so everything is really guiding people to linking the flame because they just don't know any better is the way that I take it ultimately. But that's a very good question. Thank you for asking it. Stella says, there's a damage buff. You're not saying anything about getting a defense buff. I figured after hitting it with the HUD on just to see that it probably wasn't getting a defense buff. I was probably really close like the one time to killing it. I just wasn't doing quite as much damage as I thought, which is fine. And Philippe says that's called religious propaganda. It's like each teeth has their own set of muscles, yeah. Walster says, you guess it's similar to the Spaniards forcing South American natives into Christianity. And then Philippe says, there isn't much of cults of the dark to go around, so it's easy for the gods to just push the faith in the light and fire around. At best, you have the dark wraiths and maybe some cultists in Ulasil that worship the dark. And yeah, as I was saying, like, when we look at the four kings and the dark wraiths, like, if you're just a normal dude, you're like, well, clearly the dark isn't for me if that's what it's going to bring about. So it does pose like a really difficult question or problem for like the characters within the game, I think. Ulster says there's also the Pilgrims of Dark. Yeah, and that wasn't at least until Dark Souls 2, so maybe like the dark ending has more significance in that one. I don't know about it too well, but at least for like Dark Souls 1 and what we see, it really does like push us towards linking the flame, just because we don't know better until the time of like Dark Souls 2, especially with Aldi and Vendrick having done like research into the natures of souls and all that stuff. Elda says you can't double summon. I probably could, I just didn't really feel like it. I wanted to solo it after I died to it. Felt like I had to prove to myself that I wasn't going to be beaten by a channeler buffed gaping dragon. Philippe says even for players it took quite some time to figure out that the Dark Soul is humanity. Yeah. And of course we also get that like limited omniscient knowledge, and you really have to go out of your way, especially in Dark Souls 1, to encounter Koth and learn the dark lore, I guess. Both metaphorically and literally. Ulster says, the dark is just an element of the world, it isn't inherently good or evil. You're not wrong, but the dark is probably closer to evil because the way that it's characterized in the game, when we look back at what Lautrec was just saying, like, there's an attraction that people have towards the fire because they can't touch it. When we look at spells like Affinity, or is it Pursuers in this one, it talks about how the will within the dark is drawn towards life. So it's the natural instinct of the dark to covet more and more dark or more in life overall, and that kind of attachment ends up being a really bad thing. And overall, I think, in the grand scheme of things, like Gwyn is attached to the Age of Fire, people are attached to life, and it causes a lot of suffering for the games. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the suffering isn't worthwhile. It's just there's a component of living your life and then a component of letting go, which kind of gets reinforced a lot more in Dark Souls 3 than Dark Souls 1, which doesn't bring that up pretty much at all. So Philippe says, yeah, the dark lore is really well hidden. You have to sort of sequence break it and fight a late game boss early. Exactly. Crispin, welcome in. You said, on the topic of Dark Souls 2, Aldia's "A lie remains a lie" quote, the whole monologue is probably one of the best pieces of spoken text in the trilogy. Goosebumps. Elda says, the great community consensus is different from LPs generally. Folks believe humanity was deathless till Gwyn bound them and erased their origins, and the dark sign appears and they lose morality. I mean, of course this is my take. I don't know like Dark Souls 2 like super well, but partially some of my take comes from just the very, very slight differences between the English and Japanese of the dialogue, especially with Aldia. Like, once I think I feel like once you take the context that life itself is the shackle, and when Aldia says, like, all life is a lie, actually, let me look up Aldia's stuff. Let me actually pull up my spreadsheet, because that'll... I think I might have put all of his dialogue in there at one point. So for those of you who are new to the server, to the channel, I do have a spreadsheet where I have my Bloodborne Japanese retranslations compilated, and at the bottom of it, the Google sheet here, I have a tab devoted to Dark Souls stuff. It's pretty well unorganized, but if you guys wanted to follow along there, hopefully Nightbot put the link in chat. Let me double check. Right, the little Nightbot's broken, so let me copy and paste it then. Maybe it's just slow. Alright, so hopefully that'll like direct you to my spreadsheet. So you can ignore the first time I have Aldia in there. I did parts of his dialogue twice, and so sometimes like having more context makes things a bit clearer. Oh, I don't have his English put in here, damn it. I'm gonna have to look it up. And maybe it's Vendrick. Anyway, I'm pretty confident it's Aldia. Let me pull this up. All right, when he says, men are props on the stage of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, a lie will remain a lie. I think... I really wish I put this together better. Reminder to self. Okay. Alright, here we go. So this is my retranslation of Aldia's text. Let me read his English lines fully for here. Okay. Once the Lord of Light banished dark and all that stemmed from humanity, and men assumed a fleeting form. These are the roots of our world. Men are props on the stage of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, a lie will remain a lie. Young Hollow, knowing this, do you still desire peace? So, the Japanese is pretty similar. I think there's just a little bit of a nuance difference. So what I have is, and this is literal, so it's, going to be a little bit rough. The one who once became the Lord of Light sealed the darkness that was called by the name of man, and man received a trivial form. Such was the beginning of the order of the world. All man is in the midst of a false life. In the end, no matter how nice, however beautiful, a lie can be no more than a lie. Hollow, even now, is it still peace and stability you desire? What will you do? And so, rather than, what did he say? Men are props on the stage of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, versus, let me take that back. He said, once the Lord of Light banished dark and all that stemmed from humanity, and men assumed a fleeting form. It's a little bit different, because, it sounds like in this dialogue that Gwyn himself is like creating man from scratch, whereas I feel like the Japanese is more like, by sealing the darkness of man, they received a temporary or a trivial form, which to me is probably more indicative of the Hollows, and that's the beginning of the order of the world. And so the life of a Hollow is a false life, is Aldi is saying, because dark is the true nature of man, and so men cling to that false life. What he says, like they're props on a stage. It's a little bit different. Men are props on the stage of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite. So I feel like that's a little bit of flowery language. It makes it sound a bit more metaphorical than actually literal, which is the biggest difference between the two texts. Like overall, they're very, very, very similar, but just at least me having the Japanese helped contextualize that he's talking about like life as we know it for men, as opposed to like darkness in general. So, what else did he say? Alright. Let me pull up the English. Okay. I don't remember the whole context, so it's Young Hollow, how you grapple without falter with this dreadfully twisted world. Peace grants men the illusion of life. Shackled by falsehoods, they yearn for love, unaware of its grand illusion, until the curse touches their flesh. We are bound by this yoke. As true as the dark that churns within men, all men trust fully the illusion of life. But is this so wrong? A construction, a facade, and yet a world full of warmth and resplendence. Young Hollow, are you intent on shattering the yoke, spoiling this wonderful falsehood? And then he says, like, I am Aldia, I sought to shed the yoke of fate, but I failed. Now I only await an answer, seek the throne. So what I had for that is, Hollow, keep struggling on within this twisted world. Man is made to live in the midst of peace and stability, and so believe, cherish, a false prison. Even if it may all be a lie, until the time the curse finally appears on our flesh, it's the yoke imposed upon us. Since the dark itself is the truth which resides within man. All man is in the midst of a false life. But is it really that bad in the end? A false, fabricated life, yet an incomparably kind, gentle world. Hollow, even now do you still desire to release the yoke and shatter the falsehood? What will you do? So that one, I feel, is a lot more direct, in that he's telling us that peace and stability is the hollow form, and people cherish it as a false prison, and that's kind of the lie. And once the curse appears on the flesh of the hollows, that kind of shatters the illusion of their life, because they're no longer able to die and like move on from it. And so he does say like the dark itself is the truth which resides within man. So the dark is like the life essence of all these hollows, and it's kind of trapped within the false life that Gwyn is putting onto them by keeping them in a false cycle of a rebirth with the dark sign, is how I ultimately read it there. So I apologize for just kind of going off so long there, and I'm sure you guys have mentioned quite a bit in that interlude. So Crispin says that makes you curious how his text differs, and then Philippe says, you think the point was that Aldia only tells the truth because Aldia wants to pursue the truth no matter where it leads. And so, despite that, I feel like, I mean, I don't know Aldia's quest exactly. I feel like even though he knows the truth that their life is a lie, he appreciates the value that it has, that it's incomparably sweet and gentle. But it does bring the question, like, what authority does the player have to make that decision? And the real answer is only the Lord, the King, or whatever, has the power to make that choice. Like, literally, they have to have the power to make that choice. And that's kind of what Dark Souls 2 really gets at, I feel. And that kind of goes back to what Ludleth talks about in Dark Souls 3. It's like, he thinks the Dark World is a world of betrayal to all life itself. And then he asks the Hollow, or not the Hollow, the Ashen One, like, what will they do? But it's their choice to make, essentially. Philippe says, Aldia's pursuit of truth drove him to immorality, or do you mean immortality? Crispin wasn't here yesterday. The darkest bad mindset would be based on ideas Gwyn went out and had made general consensus, the whole perception thing. Hilda says, Dark Souls 2 seems to go with the idea of being human as most people know it is a lie, while becoming weird deathless monsters is the ugly truth. I feel like that's a really easy conclusion to come to, especially with like how the English is phrased, but I feel like the Japanese makes it a little bit clearer that the hollow form is the lie, the false life, as opposed to like the humanity, the dark soul, essentially. Let me, since we're just kind of talking about the subject, let's make it a little bit more cozy with the humanity sprite on screen. Philippe says, Aldi is about pursuing the truth even if it leads to realizations that it'll shatter everything. It's fascinating character. Okay. Lalster says, you could have sworn somebody said what Crispin said almost exactly like that yesterday. The excess of dark seems unhealthy and often makes you a crazy monster, but you don't know if it's evil per se. Yeah, I mean, evil, of course, in like these games is really in the eye of the beholder. Or the foot of the kicker. Do you desire a peaceful life, or do you desire the ugly truth? Aldia chose truth over comfort. And of course, like, with Aldia's grotesque form, it's like, is that really what we should go after? Should we really undo everything? But I feel like by the time of 3, they kind of make that a bit clearer. Luke says, you think the idea is humans are in a weakened form because of the flame? Humans can only be themselves if they embrace the dark. But that true self may not be pretty. Yeah. Overall, Aldia was one of the best additions in Scholar of the First Sin. He really adds a lot. He was added there, but he was created for the Scholar. Alda says, the trivial form part seems to you to indicate their fleeting form is unnatural, as in living for only 80 years and staying dead is not what man was destined for. So, I kind of agree with that, generally speaking. Like, hollows aren't humans because humanity is contained within, like, these humanity sprites. And so, when we go into, like, the Chasm of the Abyss in Dark Souls 1, we see, like, just random humanity sprites chilling, and they're drawn to the player because they're drawn to life. But without life there to kind of agitate them, they'll just kind of exist peacefully. You know, as long as people don't come in and steal from that area. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but overall, I think it makes sense, especially when we look at the spells like Pursuers or Affinity, where it talks about like life pursues life, essentially. Stella says, so like a metaphor for escaping the cycle of rebirth to achieve nirvana. That's how I take it overall. Like, if you look at hollows, you can essentially just equate it to like our physical bodies in real life, and depending on your religion, whether you're like Christian or Buddhist or something like that, escaping the cycle of the flesh and existing in the realm of the spirits. And so the flame in many ways kind of represents the flesh, whereas like darkness and all that can represent the spirit. As we see, like, as you go hollow, you lose your humanity and you lose your mind. So you could attribute that to your kind of spirit. I know in the game they call it souls, and that's kind of a synonym as well. So it really does work on a lot of levels, in my opinion. Elda says, being hollow isn't a fleeting form, it's an eternal form. I would disagree, just because hollows are only brought out as a kind of a byproduct of disparity. Before hollows, you had the trees, the dragons, and the stones and the mist. It doesn't say that there were hollows at the very least. But I do understand where you're like coming from, though. Crispin says, oh no, that little detour was definitely very much appreciated and loved. Made your night. Great. Glad to hear it. Yeah, so this is kind of the stuff that has only really kind of cemented itself in my mind as I've started going through this playthrough and like re-examining all of the lore put together. So this has been a fruitful lore through for me as well. And I'll definitely make a video about this subject specifically in the hopefully near future, but just trying to get more footage for everything. Boxy Boxer says, you think fleeting doesn't mean in time, it means like not a true image of itself. It's like fleeting, temporary, trivial. So like the life of a hollow as a human is fleeting because it's not permanent. So while the hollow form itself, you could argue, is permanent, the human is separate from the hollow form. Like the hollow is a vessel, whereas like the human is the humanity, the spirit. Elda says, Aldi and Landor seem to believe that hollows are the true face of man. So yeah, it's questionable if that's true. And at least with the Lord of Hollows ending, they do kind of get rid of disparity. So they might be able to merge humanity with Hollows completely. That might be what it's all about. Merging the spirit and the flesh, because you usurp the flame. Elda says, you think life and pretty humans are just imitating of the gods' paradigm? Yeah, that's kind of how I take it. And Phobos, welcome back to the stream. Oh, you missed the Moonlight Butterfly? Yeah. It only took 2 hits. So, the toughest part of the Moonlight Butterfly was me accidentally walking off the tower and dying. And Elda says, from the dark they came, that part seems to indicate the first flame revealed hollows from a past cycle and they found the souls in the flame. Alright. So that was everything with the Gaping Dragon. I don't think I actually read the Blighttown Key. And that's where we'll head to next. Also, let me get a little bit of water after all that talking. Alright, Key to Blighttown, from the depths of the Undead Burg, swallowed by the Gaping Dragon. As its name suggests, Blighttown is a place of great pestilence. Even the polluted inhabitants of the depths are aware of its dangers, and built this mighty door in hopes that they could remain safely separated. So, that ties back into what we were talking about with the Gaping Dragon. Oh yeah, we picked up its axe. We should definitely read that. Dragon King Great Axe. This axe, one of the rare dragon weapons, is formed by the tail of the gaping dragon, a distant, deformed descendant of the everlasting dragons. The axe is imbued with a mystical power to be released when held with both hands. So this sets up that the Gaping Dragon is a descendant of the everlasting dragons, and it just shows that the state of the world has changed since the dragons first existed, and disparity has kind of warped them over time. And part of the reason we know that is most explicitly from an interview that Miyazaki did, where he just talked about that specifically. And so we can't do anything else in this arena. We need to go back to like where Domhnall was and open the gate towards Blighttown, which we just picked up. So bacon is humanity's true form? No comment. Phobos says, yeah, but Darkroot is such a nice looking level. Fair enough. We can go back to Darkroot. We will at some point. Jerky's the true form of humanity. They say pigs are similar to humans. We have a lot of similarities. Hairless, omnivore, smart. Apparently we smell like pork when cooked. Yeah, so pig skin is very similar to human skin as far as like applying cosmetics and makeup. And that's partially why pigs are considered unclean in certain religions. So we killed our dragon friend. How many souls do we have? 37,000. Okay.
Hi, Shemai. We meet again. I'm afraid
So he doesn't say anything. I think we just need to buy more from him eventually.
Well, that is a shame, but no matter. No, not to worry. Come back again. I'm always available. Not every trade was meant to be. There'll be more in store for us someday, sometime.
So we're going to go back and go to Firelink to talk to all of our NPCs there. Since we just killed the boss, it might change what they say. I don't think they have too much different to say overall. Also, maybe opening the door to Blighttown will have affected it slightly. Oh, maybe I do want to kindle this bonfire just to, like, deal with the what's it called? The next area. Having 10 Estus will be nice, as opposed to 5. Especially since we picked up more humanity. Oh yeah, and we also have the Rite of Kindling, so we could probably kindle further. So I figured out we killed a pinwheel. No humanity, that's all good. Hi, Shemai. Hold on. Walster heard from a friend that pork is similar to human flesh? The hell kind of friends are you hanging out with? Exactly. Where did they get their information? So that's what we got. Pounced on before. I was trying to roll away before it happened. Let's smash. Actually, I wonder if the iron ring helps me walk through this water. I don't want to test it out. Oh, nice. Dude scared the crap out of me. He could have killed me. Oh wait, no, I didn't take that much damage. Never mind. Just some souls to get us baited to getting killed. Yeah. Will we walk away? Where's our iron ring? Oh, it does work even on this. Oh, that might be useful like against the Hydra or something. Maybe not. I don't think... No, it's not really that necessary. But Kaitha's ring, the blue tearstone ring, will help us out. Oh, I didn't level up at the bonfire. Damn it, what do I want to do? I just need to not die. A little bit easier said than done. I feel like I'm jinxing myself just now. Milhouse said, wait, did you fight Sif yet? No, that fight is so sad she knows why you're there and has to fight you. She only knows if you're there if you, why you're there if you do the stuff in the DLC beforehand. Which I'm probably not going to do just because I think somebody was telling me like the trigger is kind of annoying. Because you need to do it like early or something like that. Where you like can't... I don't remember. At the very least we could just like leave Sif. For like last. Oh wait, no, because we need to fight her to get the... this walking ring, don't we? Probably don't want to get ganked. Okay, I probably won't be able to climb up the stairs. Famous last words. Good. Run away. Screw this, I'm going home. Thought I heard one of them following me. Hoba says, pigs being hairless has always weirded you out. They're pretty cute when they're furry, though. What did Lolster say? You heard it from your German cannibal friends. Oh, of course, of course. Like pork, but also like veal. Phobos says, is that why you thought it was because of how easy it is for the meat to rot in certain climates or their diets? Probably a little bit of everything, to be honest. And you thought it's because gangsters feed corpses to pigs? I mean, yeah, they will eat that as well. But I mean, there weren't like gangsters like that in ancient times, but people probably did like feed enemies to pigs and whatnot. Who knows? Elda says, pigs walking on two legs always weirded you out. They're pretty cute when they're quadrupedal, though. Crispin says, fun tidbit. Pretty sure pigskin is used for training tattoo artists and maybe even surgeons, although the things they swapped over to partially synthetics and flower leaves. Interesting. Foxy says, can confirm your sister had to practice tattoos on pigskin? Ooh. Are you telling me that we have a secret population of tattooed gangster swine? Your Yakuza buddies said they just practice on corpses. Pig hair is like steel wool. Pigs are a great way to dispose bodies. Nice, I could use steel wool. Pigs are also like really intelligent. Like they're probably smarter than dogs, if I remember correctly. Just kind of crazy. We're at full, right? Okay. Boba says, you always loved how deliberate the enemy design in this game felt, or some at least. You never find these butcher enemies anywhere else, if you remember correctly. I think you might be right, at least in Dark Souls 1. Let's kill the rat. Maybe you get lucky and you get a sprite. Oh, no dice. Oh. So freaking nervous. Get this far just to get yeeted off a cliff is exactly my luck in these games. Don't run off the cliff now. Is that something I've also done?
Oh, hello. Terrific to see us both in one piece. And pray that you never go hollow.
Right. Nothing there. I was like, what the hell is that noise? They really followed me this far. That's crazy. Didn't realize they came in so far. Boba says, you always loved how deliberate... Oh yeah, I read that one. Elda says, LP, do you think the intro with the hollow proto-humans in the time of the ancients was not pre-sold people? You think Gwyn made them? That seems a bit off. No, I'm not saying that he made them. I'm saying, like, once the dark sign appears, he's using the power of fire. And that's pretty explicit with, like, the Ringed City armor description. That the dark sign keeps humans reviving. And because of that, they're cursed. And it leads them into this false life. according to like Aldea, because their true nature is the dark, and Gwen's trying to seal it away. And one of the ways of doing that would be like, if humans are like leaking humanity when they die, maybe by like keeping them reviving, it won't leak out as much, or maybe the fire will purge it. And it could have also just been an accident. He might have just tried to keep everlasting warriors that he could just throw at the dragons over and over, because that's something that was brought up with like the slave knights and the ring knights' accomplishments not being recognized by the gods. Crispin says, pigs are intelligent as hell, very similar to us in terms of DNA, can be used to grow human body parts, and despite popular proverbs, they do not sweat. Yes. Elda says, if you don't inbreed swine, they are smart SMRT. You think the community gathering omnivores get that way? You don't think pigs eat their own poo? They actually like to stay clean if given the chance? Yeah, but they'll wallow in mud. You think is an injury treatment of some sort. As far as I know, like wallowing in the mud will also like cool them down. But just like pure mud isn't like as dirty as you might expect. It's a bit strange. You always find it weird he has his weapons out? What helps against sunburns and against mosquitoes? Okay, Crispin might have the more detailed information there.
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you safe, as always. If you provide the materials, I can teach you pyromancy. A pyromancer's flame is... Please...
Need 12,000.
A pyromancer's flame... Goodbye then.
So wait, we have almost 4,000. I don't know if we'll have enough. We probably should if I use something like this. 8,000. We got like 5,000 from that, so we could use it like one more. Maybe the next tier lower. This should be enough.
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you, as always. A pyromancer's flame. Please take. Goodbye then. Come back if you find anything new. Oh, hello there. I'm pleased, as always.
Okay, I thought I was going to say something
Goodbye.
different.
Be safe, don't you dare.
Maybe we need to reload it, I don't know. Petrus, you should still be here, as well as Rhea.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alright, I'm not going to worry about Rhea. She should be fine if Petrus is still here, right? Let me regret that later. Should probably talk to Lautrec.
Hmm? What now?
Wait, I'm human this time, I think. So yeah, he just does disappear randomly, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, hello. I'm considering a change of location. I have a rather pressing matter to attend to up above. That keeper has served me well, but enough with her. Oh, hello. I'm considering a change of look. I have a rather... That...
Alright. Sleep says, naked skin burns easily under the sun. Loster says, they jump in the mud to cool, you believe? Also, don't take your word for it, but you remember reading that kids Eat they mama's poo. The piglets. Philippe says, rats also try to stay clean, unlike what the myths say. Wasn't it a mama's poo bit elephants? Alda says, you thought that the ring on the ring knights had that just to tame them? The slave knights seem to revive without a giant ring. But you guess the true secret is the undead didn't start after the Gwyn linked. Koalas seem right. It's koalas, but it's like a special... Oh, yeah, it's definitely the koalas. They're silly buggers. Koalas aren't necessarily dumb. It's like their food is poisonous, and that might, like, inhibit them. So I guess you could argue that's dumb in a different way. Yeah, like what Mr. Malster's bringing up right there. Elda says, you think the idea is eucalyptus is hard to digest, so to help the babies digest them a little for him? Let's dream about lore. There's also some weird prehistoric VD that canines had when they were wolves. Oof. Steven says, hey, thanks for another fun stream. It's nice to catch them on the days off while you clean. You're being summoned to another world to assume the parental duties. Catch you next time. Thank you very much, Steven. And, damn it. Okay, she's still alive. This bat rastard. He was on to us. Alright, so that was everything here. I guess I didn't really need to save it there. Maybe he says something different now?
Oh, hello there. I'm pleased to see you safe, as always.
Maybe we need to buy all of his pyromancy before he says something different, before we like talk to Quaylana. I don't know.
Goodbye then. But don't you...
I can buy this? Oh, it's only 500. Explains it. Don't have anything else. May as well.
Goodbye then. Come back.
Our bone. We'll go straight back to the depths. And now we're good to go. Stella says evolution is dumb as hell and survival of the fittest absolutely doesn't mean strength or intelligence. Koalas prove it. You like how the fire turns more red the more it's kindled? Alright. As they say, I Shamai. Oh, I didn't even use my golden pine resin on the Gaping Dragon, which I totally meant to do. This shows how well I manage my items. Did I just say Golden Dragon too? I meant Gaping Dragon if I didn't. Luck. These things will chase us with Domino. You still here?
Hi, Shamai. We meet again. I'm afraid.
Alright, so I never go this way first to get into Blighttown. I just kind of always work my way back up. For whatever reason. So I really kind of don't know the strats here. Oh, I kind of do. Not so well. And the lighting really turns crappy here. Holy crap. And I say that after having done Tomb of the Giants. Where are these dudes at? And down there. Being the only one capable to eat a certain plant is a form of adaptation. Millhouse says, Qualls good have very little food has very little nutrition, and the babies can't digest it properly, so they eat them in the mom's soup. At least that's what you learned about it. Elda says, what do we think is the nature of these oozes? Are they rancid old blood? Potentially. That's a good question. The nature of the oozes. I don't know. Sleep says, you think eucalyptus also relies on causing forest fires to spread and dominate areas? Not a good adaptation for the long run, though. The breath's probably really good. Also kind of weird that Yarnum probably doesn't refrigerate blood. So it is called cold blood. Because it stays okay in, like, the cold temperatures of dead bodies. I don't necessarily think the blood is cold itself, though. Oh yeah, we gotta wait for it. No, we don't. Oh yeah, we do. I thought I was gonna fall off for trying to take advantage of that. Just trying to roll there. Pancake. Hey, we got our poop pie. I don't think we've actually had any of those yet. And so that dude's gonna run away and cause problems later, I think. So apparently, like, the poison or toxic of the dung pie is less than what you get from, like, the regular one. Atrocious fecal waste material. Throw at an enemy to build up toxins, but also builds up your toxicity. Although the stench makes it difficult to carry on one's person, turning an enemy toxic inflicts high damage over a period of time. That was the problem with them planting in California. They burned down to take the rest of the plants with them. Crispin says, isn't part of the Californian forest fire problem because Aussies just yeeted a bunch of their trees there as thanks? Screws the clappers and now it just burns really quickly? Maybe. I don't know. That'd be... If that's true, I'm surprised like I never heard it listed that way so explicitly. I don't think you can... Maybe you can. I just want to do it. Oh, I keep forgetting that my jump isn't bound to my L3 button. It's throwing me off. I just need to remember that it's on circle, because I almost died for no reason. Doesn't this one, like, yeah, so this enemy right here uses a corpse as a weapon. It's like a storyteller, kind of like the Corvians. Oh, I thought I killed the second one. Wait, did we just lose the item? Did it have an item? Am I tripping? Maybe. And I think they probably, like, inflict poison or toxic if they hit you. I don't fully remember. It just hit us with a dead body. Oh yeah, the arrow dudes. This is gonna be annoying. Big pancake. The grape pines also rely on forest fires to spread in Canada, though they don't cause them. These fat clods have a lot of balance standing on one leg high above the ground. Basically, the pine cones resist fire and release their seeds after being heated, yes. Phobos says, what's the point of having various types of toxic and poison? To have, like, mechanics that players don't know about until they know about them? Oh, we just got poisoned. Hey, we got moss clumps, though. That's okay. Oh, he lived through a double-hander. Oh, no, there's two. I need to equip this, don't I? Oh, we're dead, we're dead, we're dead. This is toxic. Oh, we're screwed. Going through this area if we get toxicked. We do get that bonfire like over there. I don't think these shift too much. I think we just need to run and jump to get, what is it, like, not the Chaos Blade, but something kind of like it. Sweet. A bit dicey there, but we did it. So yeah, we need to run jump over there. This dude sees us too? That's annoying. We can ambush him on the ladder. Light changes ridiculously again. Isn't this 4 collapse, or is that further on? Oh, that buffered. Crazy. Everybody's good little favorite Blighttown. Honestly, I don't mind the top area as much as I do the bottom. Like, at least the top area has, like, interesting level design. The bottom is just, like, flat, and it's got all the annoying little bugs. Elda says, Aussies knew what they were doing. This is their revenge to all the nations that don't live in a fictional desert continent. Loster says, usual FromSoft mechanics that are obviously complicated that no one will know without digging through the files, yeah. Their revenge for us ignoring the drop. Bear, please. Yeah, but why does it have to be separate things if you're going to have subtypes with different damage rates? I can't answer that question. They thought it was a good idea and they kept it. I really wish I knew myself. Just make a worse poison type. It's so they can require a special item for deadlier poison. Mathota says, most Australian plant life has small forest fires as part of its regular life cycle. Seeds that will only grow after a fire passes through it. So generally I would say they'd probably made it like poison and toxic different just to add a bit of a build variety in the game. Damn it. I just need to, like, what, take another step forward? That's unfortunate. Oh, rip the humanity. It's not the end of the world. But it would have been nice to get to the bottom and do the invasion as a human. So yeah, going back to, like, the poison and toxic, they probably just included it. Damn it. To add variety to the types of resistances you needed, because if they only had just like physical defense and like bleeding and magic defense, so you could probably just stack certain equipment to have a more well-rounded build against everything. But that also, I don't know. Just to make the players feel in danger wherever they go, I guess, would probably be my real guess. Did we go down the right thing? Yeah. No, we didn't. We didn't do it. We need to go down there. Okay, yeah. Just kind of blanking out right now. That'd be my ultimate guess, just to keep that sense of danger going into new areas. And to keep tension going a different way, because aside from like the damage types, it falls down to like level design and for here it really like they lay it on thick. So in addition to having like a bunch of places where you can fall to your death, they have like a damage type which is kind of hard to deal with, as opposed to a place like the Tomb of the Undead Giants, or Tomb of the Giants, just because that place is dark and treacherous. So it looks like there might just be poop in these urns, I guess. Okay. Most of the time, you just won't cure poison. Blighttown is a huge level, so poison buildup adds over time. Boba says, wow, that was something. Can't believe you survived that jump. Well, technically. Britney Spears made them add toxic. Oh, the Hue manatee. You can grind some humanity from these scumbag rats. Does anyone really remember if rapid poison had rallying in Bloodborne? I think you could rally, because rapid poison was essentially just like bleed in these games. Welcome to Blighttown. Fruit pie. Oh, there's 3 of them? Oh yeah, because I skipped this part. Kind of. That's not how you do Giant Dad. Oh, that's not how you do it either. Got any dung pies? Yes, I do. But it's also, I don't know how quickly it takes. I could turn the HUD on. I mean, Blighttown kind of sucks. I don't really intend to use a lot of its footage, but actually it would kind of be useful for talking about certain topics, so never mind. If we had the HUD on, I might consider doing that. Oh, I should not have hit that second one, but okay. Oh, that's a grab. That's cool. Okay, we got a random spear. I'm just gonna try to YOLO jump better this time. Oh, well, we see my souls. That'll give me a hint as to where to go. I think I need to, like, jump further that way. Yeah, because I hit the post the first time and that's, like, knocked me away. We got the Iaito. So it literally means, like, EI sword. Which doesn't really translate well. So if I were to translate it and, like, more like localize it, you'd make something that kind of gets at what the idea of it is. So maybe something like flash sword or quick sword, I don't know. There's pros and cons, like whatever you choose. Oh yeah, we need to rest. What am I doing? Iaito. Katana forged in an eastern land. The katana is drawn from the scabbard at lightning speed using the Ei Jutsu technique. Ei Jutsu allows the wielder to charge forward to swiftly cut down distant foes. So I think them leaving it as Iaito is a good idea, just because at this point a decent amount of people are kind of familiar with Ei Jutsu, and it does correlate to the weapon itself. Isn't there? Okay, it's down there. Rally would be nice in these kind of instances. Oh, we didn't lose that much HP. Okay. Okay, we got 3 clumps. So if you walk fast on those, they'll like kind of shift around, if I remember correctly. Or just normal speed. Oh, the dogs, I forgot about them. These ones are a lot smaller. I think there's something over here. No, okay. Oh, my damn lantern again. Just pull that out, maybe. Alright. Crispin says, today I learned they can have a grab. Boba says, it'd be a cool mechanic if a status effect like the plague allowed you to infect enemies with it while you suffered from it, so you could use it offensively for yourself. Yeah. That's kind of what the dung pies get at, but I know what you're talking about, like make it more of a thing. Stella says, you wonder how many people rage quit because of Blighttown? Well, in the original game, like, the performance was so bad, like a lot of them. So that's probably what you're talking about, but... I don't know how well the remaster does it, but... Prepared to Die Edition wasn't too bad once you applied like the DS fix. I guess a lot of it depended on your like system overall though. Oh, so that's where we just go back. Okay, wait, no. We want to make mistakes? Kind of. Hey, humanity. Okay, I forgot it. Okay. It goes there. I totally didn't need to do it that way. I did think there was something over here that you could do, which made this, like, have a purpose. Absolutely not. What time is it? Oh, dang. Okay. I might continue for a little bit, but I do need to let the dog out. So I'll try to go back a little bit more to the bonfire area, and then we'll take a quick break. And I'll probably, maybe I should end it here, because, yeah, actually this is probably a good spot to end now that I think about it. Because I don't have, like, a ton of time. Yeah, okay. Unsheathing Slash Blade, yeah, it just doesn't work very well, so like Eito does a good job of that. Also said, you wonder if the cannibals are also the predecessors of the Gru. That's a pretty good guess, because they are kind of related to a swamp, but that swamp kind of like gets merged in with Ulasil later on. Or like the Darkroot Garden. Emlyn says, is it Old McDonald's sword? Super duper paratrooper, how's the performance on DS1 Remastered? So far it's been pretty stellar. No complaints. More stable than PTDE as far as like the visuals and like the frame rate goes, maybe. Because even though like I had to have a good computer for DS1, the optimization wasn't like impeccable, unfortunately. Does it run at a locked 30? Because during your time with BB, you're surprised your frame rate drops below 30. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty stable. I haven't seen it drop compared to Prepare to Die. It's a shame Bloodborne is a patch to 60 on a PS5. Yeah, they need to patch it. Lance actually had to go into the settings, and because of the way that the game is coded, it's hard coded to kind of be at 720p, so you have to rescale like a lot of the UI and stuff like that. And I think he said like the timing as well. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head though. You're still on a PS2? Nice. Yeah, if from patches Bloodborne to be at 60 FPS, that'd be really nice. Not even just, you know, for like the players, but even for the channel, because it'd probably bring more traffic to us as well. So I do wish they'd update it as well. Even just giving a PC release would be phenomenal. But give a lot more chances to mod it, I suppose. And I'd really love to just fly around with like a dev cam and just look at things super close. So, traffic bad. Who let the dogs out? Nobody yet. That's the problem, Tiny Boots. And also welcome back to the stream. So for all of you who've been joining in, I appreciate it. We will end today's episode here. We're a little bit over the 4-hour mark. Time flying by today. Progressing through the areas. Appreciate it. We will begin again next week starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday. So hopefully we'll see you then. If you haven't, feel free to join the Discord. You'll get alerts of when I go live. And it's a good place to hang out and talk more lore while we're off stream. So until then, take care and stay safe, and prithee be careful.